with every minority group at that time of year. Yeah.
You have to be like at the right place at the right time.
Yeah.
Like last year, I was in Guizhou, and on the same time when the Mid-Autumn Festival is celebrated, they have another festival. Like the group, like the minority groups, they both celebrate like the standard Chinese festivals, but they also have their own from their own culture. And on the same day, they celebrate the Fish King festival. Like they all, because it's always also related to the harvest, because they like they have a lot of rice paddies and also the rice terraces, like where they grow rice in like many levels.
Yeah.
And after all the rice is like harvested, they have the empty fields, and while they are growing the rice, they're also growing fish inside the paddies. And when the rice isn't in the way anymore, they can catch the fish. So like, it's also related to the harvest, not much to the moon.
Because I was thinking, you're right. I mean, obviously, Mid-Autumn Festival, it's got these two aspects. It's harvest and the moon. And although, Mid-Autumn Festival just happens once a year, but we do have kind of 12 full moons every year. I just wondered, on your travels, did you ever find any other customs or habits that were associated just with the moon or with the full moon, whether or not it was mid-autumn or not? So I'm probably putting you on the spot there.
No, it's okay. Like the festivals, they are also like the date is determined by the moon, but it's not that the festival is related. Like the topic is not the moon, but the date of the topic is related to the moon. So yes, it has some impact.
I think, just talking, because I'm British, so in the UK, we actually used to have harvest festivals at around the same time as Mid-Autumn Festival. We had this festival called Lamastide, which now no one's really heard of anymore, but we also had a festival called Michaelmas or Michaelmas, and, there's also just a festival called the Harvest Festival. And I think what's really a shame about some of these older English festivals is that when the sort of industrial revolution came and huge numbers of people left the countryside and kind of worked in factory jobs in the big cities, a lot of these kind of festivals that are connected to the turn of the seasons and the agricultural way of life were just completely lost. And again, that's what's so precious about Mid-Autumn Festival. It's one of these really ancient festivals that's tied to the seasons, whereas a lot of those kind of festivals in Europe and in the UK have just been lost. They used to exist, but we have kind of lost our link to that kind of older, more quiet, more kind of reflective way of life, being connected to the moon, the seasons, the harvests. We don't really have so many festivals like that anymore.
I think that's part of the process of urbanization, or just because people slowly, gradually forgot their traditions. Busy working, busy living. But I think it's important for all of us just to keep our traditions. I think it's very precious. And then, by the way, all the guests, because I'm wondering, is there any other similar festivals in your culture, in your country, similar to Mid-Autumn Festival?
Yeah, actually, there are quite a lot of festivals that are celebrated in Pakistan, which has a relevance to the moon. Not exactly the moon festival, I would say, because there is no moon worshipping per se involved. But like if Chinese New Year and the Moon Festival, if they are considered to be the two biggest festivals in China, in Pakistan, it will be Eid al-Adha and Eid al-Fitr. And the way they are connected with moon is very interesting. So what happens is that moon acts as a messenger of happiness for the people of Pakistan, because these festivals are basically celebrated, like Eid al-Fitr is celebrated on the 1st of the 10th month, and on the 1st of the 10th month, and Eid al-Adha is celebrated on the 10th of the 12th lunar month. So whenever the moon comes out, basically, it is an intimation, it is a message that Eid is now here. And the night the night of the first moon, people come out to celebrate. There are women and children who go out to the markets. They all buy new clothes. There are feasts going all around the place. Then the women put henna on their hand to celebrate it. And all these festivities and celebrations are basically very closely linked to the sight of the moon. And even this night before the Eid, it is actually called Chandrat, which could be called something like the night of the moon, you can say, the night before Eid. So the moon has a lot of emotional connection with people, and not just in Pakistan, in India and the Muslim communities around the world whoever celebrate Eid, because it is a festival that basically the date is decided based on, even in China, basically, the dates of the Eid are decided based on the lunar sighting. So that's quite a lot of significance. And then also the Hindu community in Pakistan and also in India, they celebrate this very interesting festival, which could be, deemed closer to the moon festival, you can say. It is called Karwa Chauth. Now, what happens in this festival is that, according to some accounts, it actually has roots in harvests. It's like the time of the wheat sowing and praying for harvest. But the interesting activity that happens, in a very solemn one on this occasion, is that a lot of married women basically fast on that day to pray for the health of their husbands or their loved ones, and they fast from sunrise to moonrise. So they wait the entire day anxiously for the moon to appear, because it is only after the moon appears, and it is only after they look at the moon, that they can actually break their fast and eat and celebrate, and the festivities begin. Wow. So, and speaking of the date of the moon festival, it is quite a coincidence that the 8th month on the lunar calendar and the 15th day is celebrated in China as the moon festival. But some of the Muslim communities in Pakistan, they celebrate another festival on the same date, which is called Shab-e-Barat. It has more religious significance, and people pray on that night. They pray for happiness, for prosperity. I won't go into the religious details right now, but it falls on the same date. The only difference is that communities in Pakistan, they follow a purely lunar calendar. So the dates are decided purely according to the lunar cycle, whereas in China, it is a lunisolar calendar, or the traditional Chinese lunar calendar. Mm-hmm. So they don't quite fall, on the same date per se, but it is still a lunar month, and the celebrations are there. And despite their religious connotations, they are celebrated by all communities. It is just like Christmas, you can think of, that even if it has some kind of religious background, people from all communities celebrate it. The shopping malls go up. They have sales all around. People have feasts. There's family gathering. And even some of the festivals like Karwa Chauth that I mentioned, the farmers also pray for good harvest, and it's time for sowing and all. So these are a couple of festivals that I could share.
I know you probably celebrate similar holidays, but in very different ways, right? How about we go to Eden? You're in Thailand. How do people in Thailand celebrate this holiday?
So we do have a very big Chinese community in Thailand. So Thailand has the largest Chinese immigration in Southeast Asia. So that's why there are many Chinese, mostly elder Chinese. They very respect the Middle Autumn spirit and all the traditions that they brought from China, and such as pay tribute to their ancestors. Even the food that they prepare, such as shoutao, the peach, is also the same like what Chinese would do actually back in China. So this part is very much similar to what our parents or grandparents used to do. Just like my hometown, we used to host this type of ceremonies or ritual to pay tribute to the gods, like Guan Yin, Wang Mu Nyang Nyang, all these Buddhas, all these gods, and also to our ancestors. So this is that part of the community, how they celebrate their Mid-Autumn Festival. But there's another type of the community. There are people who's local Thai people. For them, I would say the closest holiday to Mid-Autumn is probably Louis Vuitton, which happens on the last full moon every year. So around beginning of every year, March or February. That is probably one of the biggest holidays every year in Thailand. And usually it's also being called Sky Lantern Festival or Floating Lantern Festival. So people would release the lanterns. I think many Chinese probably seen those photos with millions of sky lanterns in the sky. And it's really beautiful. And people would usually write their wishes on top of the sky lantern. And then it's kind of representing you're delivering your wish to the moon and hope someone up there can hear you. Yeah, so this is mostly the two ways being celebrated here from the different groups.
Well, I also wanted to ask, I know you say, I remember talking before the program that there's like a lot of Mid-Autumn festivals in Thailand, that every time there's a full moon, there's a kind of celebration.
That one is the one for party animals.
Right.
Oh, tell us more about it. We are all party animals for sure.
So it's actually happening on an island called Koh Phangan in the south of Thailand. So every full moon of every month, they will have a party on that island. It's a very crazy party. It attracts people actually from all different worlds every year. And they used to have like thousands of people who's celebrating, you know, on the beach with the big moon on the ocean and with all the music, dancing and everything. So it's quite amazing.
We have one more guest from Southeast Asia, Sarah. So how do people in Vietnam celebrate such holiday?
Yes, my country, Vietnam, has quite a similar culture to China. And we have a Mid-Autumn Festival on August 15th of the lunar calendar as well. Just like in China, so Vietnam Mid-Autumn Festival is a moon festival and an occasion for us to spend time with our friend, our loved one. That's not to say the Mid-Autumn Festival is Vietnam is completely identical, though we actually have some rather interesting key differences. Yes.
What about food on the Mid-Autumn Festival in Vietnam? Do mooncakes play a part in your celebrations there?
Yeah, we very simple, with an offering at the family shrine, hot tea, and Vietnamese mooncake. Yes.
You mentioned food. I'm wondering, here's the question for all of you. What's the weirdest festive food that you ever ate before? How about we start with you, David?
Well, I remember once being told that one of the traditional foods for Mid-Autumn Festival is tian luo, which is this kind of small tian luo, it's kind of small
snail,
a sort of sea snail, but very small. And I mean, I actually quite like them. They're very nice when you can work out how to get the meat out from them. But that was, I suppose, a little bit strange.
But what about you guys? Baozi, what's the weirdest festive food you ever had?
I think the first mooncake I had was like mung bean, like it was all mung bean, so there was no special filling except mung bean. And then I had like this traditional one. I have one right in front of me because it's the moon festival, right? I have them around this time. I eat them like 24/7. Yeah, it's a mooncake. And I was biting and then enjoying the filling. It was very tasty. And then suddenly the egg yolk comes and like, what is this? And why is it so salty? And then I pulled it out. Like the first year, I pulled all the egg yolks out and just ate the sweets outside. But now I enjoy it because the combination of sweets and something surprising salty is actually quite nice. Yeah. But this year I made another mooncake discovery, like what you just mentioned, beef something. It was bacon.
Oh,
like
really?
Bacon.
Bacon.
Yeah, like
sort of
smoked bacon inside a mooncake.
Wow.
And
was that a sweet mooncake? I mean, was that sort of again sweet and then suddenly bacon in the middle, or was it?
I don't know. It's like,
or was it a savory mooncake?
It's like savory but sweet, so it's a little bit strange.
Bacon,
like if it was full savory,
so
it would be
bacon.
Sweet
nice.
Bacon, yeah. Well, it sounds like then the next thing will have to be a mooncake with eggs and bacon in the side, and then you can have the full English breakfast in the middle of it.
Actually, a few years ago, I made
into a mooncake. Continue.
I made some. Yeah, I made some mooncakes myself, and I put like garlic in it.
Garlic.
Like garlic mooncake.
Wow! So you're responsible for a new. This is a new invented. Was this something you learnt from one of an ethnic minority, or was this your own invention? Have you invented a new type of mooncake?
No, that was before. Like I was making like short videos, Dunhuang, and then I made some like funny combination of the traditional shape of the mooncake with a strange filling, which tastes interesting.
So I'm wondering, Earlier before you all shared this unique festival, unique ways to celebrate this holiday. So is there unique fairy tales as well to this holiday or to a specific?
Well, I think in Europe and in England, there's not so much I mean, we don't really have a Mid-Autumn Festival, but we do have lots of stories about the moon. But often these stories are rather negative. You know, we have things like werewolves, you know, humans which, you know, they become exactly, yeah, they kind of sort of go mad in the moon, and when they see the moon, and then we have words like lunatic, which actually comes from the Latin word lunar, which means moon. So there's this kind of strange idea that the moon in the West is this kind of dark, kind of evil, slightly sinister thing, which you know, makes people go mad, or it brings out evil, and I always find it fascinating. You know, in China, it's got such a different image. It's something of beauty. You look at it, and you know, like some of those famous poems like Dunhuang and so on, you're watching the moon and you know that your family or your wife who's far away is watching the same moon. It's got this kind of sense of connecting people together. Whereas in the West, the moon gets a rather bad reputation, I think, yeah.
We do have a traditional fairy tale. I found it's quite interesting, but it's still very like similar I think it's still from Chinese culture, but I actually never heard of this when I was in China. So the god of Guanyin is actually a very popular god in Thailand as well, because it's the god of compassion, of mercy. So you can basically see the statue of Guanyin everywhere in Thailand. We have a lot of like Guanyin shrines, and people really respect Guanyin a lot. We have actually a legend about Guanyin for specifically Mid-Autumn Festival. It's also the reason why people use shou tao peach to actually use during the ceremonies. They say the legend is about the Ba Xian, the 8 gods, 8 fairy tales, fairies in China, that they on this day, every year, they will actually bring peach to Guanyin as like a tribute. So that's a legend I've heard in Thailand, but I never really heard it in China before.
Very interesting. Musa, any interesting stories from Pakistan?
Yeah, there are quite a lot actually. Not really fairy tales, but subtle references in poetry, in lullabies, in romantic declamations, and things like that. Like I remember that as a kid, my mother would sing a few lullabies that would involve the moon, and then sometimes it would even like when you're talking about the moon to a kid, it would even refer to the moon as uncle. Like we would say that, you know, Uncle Moon is there, Uncle Moon is watching you, and then there would be this story about an old lady, there's in children's literature, there would be this old lady who lives on the moon, and she has a spinning wheel, and it is because of the spinning wheel that all the clouds are being churned out of it. Things like that. And it's quite, there are also quite a lot of romantic connotations in poetry associated with the moon. Like a lot of poets would compare the face of one beloved, the brightness and the luminance of one's beloved with that of the moon, and just things like that.
You know what, we talk about so much about moon, and we talk about the Asian fairy tales, and people wishing to go to the moon. So, okay, we are here, guys. Do you have any plans for this Mid-Autumn Festival?
No, I'm actually here, like where I'm based in the Jiangsu province. I will probably visit, I will visit the hometown of my friend and celebrate with his family. But actually, half of my plans for the Mid-Autumn Festival are already finished, because it's not just about the day tomorrow, but like today and yesterday is also part of the festival, because we sent gifts like sungli, we sent different fruits, in the crabs or being mooncakes to like friends and family. So these 2 days I was like driving around the city and feeling like Santa delivering presents. Yeah, and tomorrow I'm already like today evening already preparing for tomorrow. Yeah, we are going to eat a lot of hairy crabs.
Right.
Come on, we haven't eaten anything and you bring this delicious crab and mooncakes to the show. Come on, that's so cruel to me. But that's very.
Yeah, I would invite you all to come to my place to celebrate together, but it's a little bit far away from Beijing. Yeah.
But you know, eating crab, it is a tradition during autumn.
Yeah, particularly in Shanghai and in the south.
Really?
I think so, yeah.
And so thank you so much, all the guys, joining us, joining this live stream from every part of the world. Your stories are fantastic. And I hope soon we all have a party on set, offline, party hard, dance hard, and celebrate a holiday together. So you guys being fantastic. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for inviting.
Okay, guys, thank you so much for watching the chat room on CGTN. Stay tuned with CGTN. We will continue to bring you more special programs on CGTN. Bye.
Bye.
Have a good holiday.
Bye-bye.
Well, welcome back. It's interesting to see that the Mid-Autumn Festival is also a popular observance in many other Asian countries. There are similar traditions and also revolve around the full moon. I guess as our constant companion, moon is has huge scientific and cultural significance. So Nadine, when you first came to China, how did you see Mid-Autumn Festival in China?
Holiday.
Vacations.
Yeah, because I first came to China to study, and so in college, like you get holiday. This year it's 3 days, but I don't remember how many days it was before. But it was like a time to just relax. But then as I stayed in China and I really immersed myself in the culture, I realized that there's more to it than just not going to class. Definitely mooncakes was a big factor, because even if you know nothing, you can see it in the supermarkets being churned out weeks before the festival, and so everyone's either buying, gifting, or eating, or talking about it. And then there's the moon, which thanks to social media, I see a lot of my friends posting pictures of the moon, because the moon is like, my God, it's going to be so beautiful tonight. And so I don't take pictures of the moon, but I see others taking pictures of them and posting them, and so I experience moon gazing vicariously, and so that's basically how. No family reunion, sadly.
No family reunion for you, right?
No.
I think they talked a lot about this festival and the culture shock and how they celebrate or something like that. Did you find anything that is part of the culture shock when you first came here during the
Mid-Autumn Festival? I don't really think so, because I knew nothing. I was I was a white canvas. And I just knew nothing about the Mid-Autumn Festival before I came to China, and so I just took things as they came about.
Yeah, just take it in.
Yeah,
you take it in.
I didn't think too much of it, or thought what is this, what is that? But it was for me, it was very interesting to understand the story behind it, the Chang'e story, or the harvest routes in agrarian society of pre-modern China, of how it led to the moon worshipping. And so, but any shock, I don't really think that there was any of that. Well, some of the shocking things are the fillings of the mooncake, but we can talk about that later.
Yeah, of course. When you come to this particular country, usually take something in and you bring it properly to your home country, right? And now we have this story. It is Philip, who lived in Guangzhou for 4 years, and Philip now is in the UK. Of course, he has brought this culture of the Spring Festival to the United Kingdom, and he has also sent some messages to his friends in China right now. So now let's take a listen.
My name is Philip. My Chinese name is Xiaobao, from London. Mid-Autumn Festival in China is a crazy time, to be honest with you, because for all of the national holidays in China, everyone goes back to their hometown, and a lot of people sort of spend time with their family, and that also means that a lot of people get married around that time as well. So one of the experiences that I had, my manager was getting married at that time, so I made a trip to go to Henan. It was a great experience. I got to celebrate the wedding at the same time as the Mid-Autumn Festival. So there was a lot of baijiu, being drunk with the people at the wedding, and a lot of mooncake being eaten afterwards as well. So it was a really special time for me to be involved in this wedding and to celebrate this with what I would consider my Chinese family. Because China is such a massive part of my life, so I've always kept that tradition going since I've come back. Whenever I'm in the UK now and it's Mid-Autumn Festival, I always go and get some mooncakes from my favourite restaurant in London. I always come and eat a Chinese meal with my dad, who is obviously my English family. At that time we will also, you know, text my Chinese friends and family over there. I'll make sure that they know that I'm thinking of them at this special time of the year. Happy Mid-Autumn Festival.
Cheers.
Yeah, hope
fantastic.
you enjoyed this lovely meal, and
I'm really looking forward to it. It looks fantastic. It smells nice as well.
Yeah, this is similar to what we used to have in China before, so
brilliant.
Yeah, let's tuck in. I would say to my friends and China, you know, this is a special festival where you're going to be with your family and with your friends. So I would say take a moment to look to your right and look to your left, and take in the moment, because that moment will last forever. Being with your family at Mid-Autumn Festival, eating mooncake and enjoying the time with your family. And if there's anything that the last 3 years have taught us, is that those moments are really precious and you need to keep them for the rest of your life. And you know, when you are older, you can look back on them and smile and think about how lovely it was to be at the Mid-Autumn Festival with your family in 2022.
So here are two things that grabbed my attention in this video. The first thing is that he's no longer living in China. Philip is no longer living in China, and then he's still marking the Mid-Autumn Festival.
Yeah.
The second thing is that I saw like a place selling mooncakes, and so people who have never been to China can still experience Chinese culture and be part of that festival without actually coming into China. And so I don't know, I thought that was quite interesting. And so from that, my question to you guys is, I know that you both spent some time abroad. How was it for you guys, the experience of spending Mid-Autumn Festival outside of China, if ever, like you spent it outside?
Well, I feel like for me, the Mid-Autumn Festival has gained popularity in the past decade overseas. Because I remember when I first studied in the United States, it was mostly unnoticed. Like, you could only find the festive elements, the mooncakes, in Chinese grocery markets, and just only the mooncakes, and there weren't a lot of choices. But then over the years later on, I graduated, I moved to New York, and I noticed there started to have parties about it. And one year I attended a party. Americans and Asians were watching the full and bright moon together over Statue of Liberty on Hudson River, and it was pretty romantic. I saw, you know, people proposing and getting engaged under the moonlight. Yeah, so
it is a romantic.
Yeah, it's a romantic thing. Yeah. So yeah, that's my last memory about Mid-Autumn Festival in the United States.
So becoming more visible.
I think they have brought a lot of culture to other parts of the world because of the immigration, and also I think another change, maybe you have already noticed that, is mostly it is people from the south of China. They probably study or work in the United States or other countries in general, but now it's like almost every part of China, right? People from the north, people from the northeast, and they would bring different elements, about the same culture, the same festival. For example, in Hong Kong, let me give you an example. In Hong Kong, they have this mooncake with a filling being egg yolk, right? So it was really popular, but now it is different. Probably 5 kernel, especially for people from the north.
You love 5 kernel.
That's really my favorite. Like, I feel like there's going to be a debate going on.
There will be a debate. I think so. But in the meantime, we have to be aware of the fact that not everyone has the chance to celebrate this festival that features family reunions, big gathering, or big feast, right? People are still at this point on duty, of course. Not everyone,
just like us,
has the luxury to do that. Just like us, but we are celebrating together.
Yeah.
Maybe you should have a toast.
Well, I mean, like, well, here's my experience. Obviously, as I said, we don't have Mid-Autumn Festival in Lebanon, but we do have other festivals where families come together. And so in the years where I wasn't in Lebanon, I would pick up the phone or like turn on the video and chat with my folks. So I don't know if you guys would do that.
At Ramadan, right?
Yeah, I mean, like if you can't be physically with people, technology has helped us, narrow these distances.
Yeah, the world has become smaller.
Yeah, just like as a spring festival, it's like the most important festival, and then of course, you would want to. You can't spend any quality time with the family, but you want to see them. I mean, virtually.
So it's like, okay, so just like call them up like on and turn the video on.
Especially every year around this time you see the moon, and then so it reminds you of your home or something, right?
I mean, I would say you have your phone. I saw your phone, so you better pick up that phone and call your
Call your dad and mom.
Can we do that?
Another thing that, speaking about technology and like being on social media, I've like just recently watched tons of videos online about like people trying mooncake for the first time. And I think that really bodes well with what you said before, is like foreigners come to China, they broadcast their life on social media. Chinese students or just workers go abroad, they introduce their culture to whichever country they're going to, and so there's like this exchange happening over and over again.
That's how culture is spread.
Right, and then everyone's posting on social media because this is the age, and then eventually I spent 3 hours watching videos of just people eating mooncakes and trying them for the first time.
So that's a good point, because we just said that the world has become much smaller. And we have an American who have spent a few years in China and now he's back to New York. He is sharing his memory about the Mid-Autumn Festival in China with us. Let's take a look.
Hi, my name is Ben and I'm a comedian living here in New York City, but I spent 7 years living in China. So I have many, many memories of the Mid-Autumn Festival. Of course, my primary memory is eating lots of different flavors of mooncakes, the most famous food of the Mid-Autumn Festival. I also remember enjoying the full moon, because the festival always takes place during the full moon and the autumn harvest. It's a celebration of the moon goddess. So I have those memories, as well as seeing a lot of my friends gather together, meet their families as sort of a time of reunion. It was also a good opportunity for me to take a couple days off and take a trip to a nearby city. I lived in Shanghai, so 1 year I went to Hangzhou to see Westlake during the Mid-Autumn Festival. So it was a nice opportunity to have a little bit of a short vacation right before National Day, where I could take a much longer vacation. Anyways, I have very fond memories of the Mid-Autumn Festival. 中秋节快乐!
Well, that's interesting. It's like no matter where you are on the world, the Mid-Autumn Festival is always connected to homesickness, but the centerpiece is always the moon as well.
Yeah, because physically the moon has been there. For ages.
Well, it's a symbol.
You can't unsee it.
Because you and your family are sharing the same moon, so that's why it becomes the symbol.
It's not only you and your family; it's everyone.
Everyone and their families.
We have it's just Ximeng and Ximeng's family.
Our own moon.
The satellite of the Earth. Yeah, of course. But there are tons of poems about the moon, right? So loads of them. And
as well, what's
if you're thinking properly, at night, breezy, crispy air, fresh, and then you just want to write a poem about it, and then it's very easy, and you just look up, okay, there it is, and then you write something.
That's how I feel every night.
So that is how, Poetry by Moon will turn out all the time. Yeah, of course. Also, it can remind you of the vicissitudes of life. It swings and waxes sometimes. Yeah.
Well, I mean, it's interesting that you're mentioning this and the symbolism of the moon in the eyes of Chinese poets, because Here's a story. Recently, I joined a poem reading campaign on CGTN. Hashtag read a poem. And I wanted to find a poem about the moon, you know, because it's the Mid-Autumn Festival. Yeah. Long story short, I could not, because the way that Arab poets see the moon and express the symbolism of the moon is a little bit different than the Chinese poets. So in Arabic, from the poems that I've seen, there's like, it's either the moon represents or reflects the beauty of the poet's loved one. That's one, which I don't really think in Chinese is the case. And then the second is the moon is the companion of the poet and is a reminiscent of the separation that the poet has from his loved one. And so I think here there could be a little bit of similarity between Arab poets and Chinese poets.
Maybe as the loved ones, we don't have that, right?
The latter one?
No, the former one, we don't have that. As the one that you love. Well, it is about like your companion that is fine.
Companion, because I read a poem as well in the campaign, and it's the latter one. Separated lovers, moon is a companion.
Okay. Well, since moon is a recurrent theme in Chinese literature and poems, here are a few examples. Enjoy.
Hello people, Gerald here in China's Inner Mongolia.
Hello everyone, I'm Intuan Patrick Yin Haoyu. I'm right now in central China's Changsha city. Happy Mid-Autumn Festival, a day with full moon and for family reunions.
But many mages like us can go back home on this special day.
With this poem written by Su Shi almost 1,000 years ago, we extend our best wishes to you all. 人有悲欢离合
Men have sorrow and joy, they part or meet again.
月有阴晴圆缺
The moon is bright or dim, and she may wax or wane.
此事古难全
There has been nothing perfect since the olden days.
但愿人长久
So let us wish that man may live as long as he can.
千里共婵娟
Though miles apart, we'll share the beauty she displays. Happy Mid-Autumn Festival.
For instance, what would you say you learned from Lao Tzu or from Confucius that you can think of at this moment?
Well, of course, when you study Confucius or Lao Tzu, there are many books about it. But when all I wanted to do was just read the text, I didn't want to read books about Confucius. I wanted to read what the Lunar said, or the Tao Te Ching. And it was in the course of reading the Tao Te Ching, I discovered that the Tao Te Ching was about the moon. It was about not just the moon that we think of. It was about the dark moon. Lao Tzu's Tao Te Ching was about being the dark side of the moon, not the bright side of the moon. I later sort of realized that the I Ching is about being the full moon, being successful.
The book of change.
Yes, not just change, but things change, of course. But when you read the I Ching, it's all about using change to be successful.
Okay.
Lao Tzu's Tao Te Ching is about being a failure, how to fail, how to be the dark side of the moon, how to be the weak rather than the strong. Because if you're the dark of the moon, then you're going to become bright. If you're the bright moon, then you're going to fade. And so this is what the great lesson I've learned from Lao Tzu's Tao Te Ching is the cultivation of being simple and weak and the feminine, being on the dark side, and also not knowing so much, because we discover that our knowledge is not really knowledge after all. It's just delusion posing as the truth. And of course, I got that from the Buddha, that what we think of, that we know, is just what everybody says something is so. Well, so I discover all of these. It's sort of like these are all doors. The Buddha door is about, they're all about harmony. Whether it's the harmony of the mind is Buddhism, the harmony of the body is Taoism, the harmony of society is Confucianism. And if we're all searching for something, when we find ourselves in like a burning house, in a world gone crazy, and we want to go through one of these doors, we have to choose which door. And we all have different personalities and inclinations, so we're going to choose a different door. But we have to go through one door. We can't go through 3 doors. But once we go through that door, we're outside. There are no doors. There is no Taoism and Buddhism and Confucianism. It's no more divisions about what's real.
Finally, we are approaching the Mid-Autumn Festival, where people eat mooncakes, and this is, often the time when people would write poems or recite poems. And I know that you have a particular penchant for singing or chanting poems. And actually, according to some people, that's basically the way how ancient poems were supposed to be recited, right? Not really as we're doing, but in a musical way.
Well, when I was first in Taiwan, I studied calligraphy, a shufa. Yeah. I studied calligrapher with the most famous calligrapher in Taiwan. His name was Zhuang Yan. Anyway, one of the most famous poems I remember from studying with him and writing it out with my calligraphy brush was the poem Zhongqiu by Su Shi, where he goes, Mu yun shou jian yi qing han yin han mu sheng zhuan yu pan ze sheng ze ye wu chong hao ming ye ming nian he shu kan. This is a poem he wrote to his brother Su Ziyo, because they only met maybe every 4 or 5 years. They would have a chance to get together. So I always just loved this simple little poem he wrote about just watching the moon and wondering, will we see this again? Will we see this again together?
Yeah, they were very
touching
close.
poem. And so that's what I love about Chinese poetry. You can say so much with so little.
As the bright moon shines over the sea, from far away, you share this moment with me. For parted lovers, lonely nights are the worst to be. All night long, I think of no one but thee. To enjoy the moon, I blow out the candlestick. Please put on your nightgown, for the dew is thick. I try to offer you the moonlight so hard to pick, hoping a reunion in my dream will come quick.
Yeah, I really love the 3 videos, and it's about poetry reading and poetry writing in your case just now, and also something quite philosophical. And we know Chinese poetry is the perfect example, the epitome of less is more. It is so little, but there is so much connotation in it, right?
Yeah.
And it reminds me of an ancient verse, that is, we see the ancient moon no more, but it has shone the man of yore.
Yeah, that's beautiful.
Well, I feel like everyone's reading poems.
I don't see that. I don't see that. That's beautiful.
Well, every year around this time, you're reading the poems which were written thousands of years ago about the same moon that we are looking at today. It's like talking to the ancients. I mean, you hear their thoughts and you feel their mood, but I would really love it if I can actually see how they celebrated Mid-Autumn Festival back in the old times, because I can only imagine through their lines right now.
Well, you know what? Imagine no more. Your wishes are my commands. So what we're going to do is we're going to take you back 600 years ago to the Ming Dynasty to see how families used to celebrate the Mid-Autumn Festival. And then we're going to go back to the present to a bunch of friends here in Beijing to see how they celebrate in modern times in 2022. And then, if reality is getting too much for us, we're gonna jump into the metaverse and see, a different taste of the Mid-Autumn Festival. So enjoy our 30-minute segment by The Vibe.
Today on The Vibe, Saturday marks one of China's most important traditional holidays, the Mid-Autumn Festival. I got an invitation to join a family celebration from 400 years ago from a group of Han food enthusiasts. China Media Group will broadcast its annual Mid-Autumn Festival Gala from Zhangjiagang City in Jiangsu Province. Advanced audiovisual technology will enhance the presentation. The Mid-Autumn Festival has a history connected to harvest celebrations. Caroline Wu takes us to a virtual game world designed just for the vibe to celebrate with Gen Zers. The Empress of Chocolate and a Chinese pastry chef create mooncakes together in New York. That and more coming up next.
Hey guys, happy Mid-Autumn Festival and welcome to The Vibe on CGTN. I'm Dunhuang in Beijing. Thanks for joining us. Welcome to The Vibe, featuring the latest trends in arts and culture every day, Monday through Friday. Today marks one of China's most important traditional holidays, the Mid-Autumn Festival. The history of the festival goes back more than 2,000 years. The emperors would pray to the sun in the 2nd lunar month and the moon on the 15th day of the 8th lunar month for prosperity. The bright full moon on this day echoed people's yearning to be reunited with their family, and family reunion has since become the most important custom on this holiday. Being away from home, I've been spending the holiday with friends, families in the past, and this year I've got an invitation to join a family celebration from 400 years ago from a group of Hanfu enthusiasts, and they surely made me feel like one of them. The Mid-Autumn Festival, a time to admire the moon goddess and a time of reunion amongst family and friends. Today I've been invited to join a traditional family gathering from 400 years ago from the end of the Ming Dynasty. I hope I'm addressed appropriately because they are what people in modern times would call viral on social media. Well, they're definitely the envy of the town. Let's go. You 你看这边，美景啊，美景！今天呢是中秋月圆之夜，我们以月字开头，行酒令如何呀？好，有请。明月几时有？把酒问青天。小时不识月，呼作白玉盘。
长安一片月，万户捣衣声。月出惊山鸟，时鸣春涧中。春宵一刻值千金，花有清香月有阴。
人有悲欢离合，月有阴晴圆缺。月下飞天镜，云生结海楼。
悲邀明月，对饮23人。
好，来。你们是奔晚宴去了的吗？那我们一起过去看看去。好，走。 们都领导了，人真好。三姑，你身体可好？
有朋自远方来呀！哎，欢迎欢迎。行。来，请，请慢用。
感谢。这还真就是我最喜欢吃的，我从小就吃这个长大的。这红的不错呀，这个。哇，这还有这西瓜太漂亮了，做的。
还有烧鸡。
还有烧鸡，这鸡是童子鸡啊。
别客气。
谢谢姑姑，谢谢姑姑。这是什么馅儿的，姑姑？
蛋黄莲仁。
哎呀，我的最爱呀！姑姑还记得。夫人来，夫人有请。这个是最好吃的，请夫人尝尝这个。来，夫人。It's a celebration that I won't forget. If the moon is the centerpiece of the Mid-Autumn Festival, the Mid-Autumn Festival Gala probably comes second. Just as with the Spring Festival Gala, China Media Group's Mid-Autumn Festival Gala, which will air on Saturday, has for decades been bringing together Chinese families from around the world. This year's variety show will be broadcast live from Zhangjiagang City in East China's Zhejiang Province. Packed with the latest state-of-the-art technology, yet the show has always been described as the most sophisticated and subdued extravaganza of the year. Check it out.
I'm in Zhangjiagang, a historical city on both the Yangtze River and the East China Sea, and renowned for its wonderful gardens. It's a place that has benefited greatly from trade over the centuries, yet it's been very careful to preserve its unique cultural heritage as it now moves together with the times and incorporates more technological innovation. cultural heritage will be presented by cutting-edge digital and broadcast technologies in this year's Mid-Autumn Festival Gala. The gala, also known as Qiuwan, will feature song and dance, opera art, and symphony interspersed with musical and sketch comedy, showcasing themes ranging from the vitality of traditional Chinese culture to recent milestones in China.
Some of this year's current affairs that people are paying close attention to are featured in the show, such as the 25th anniversary of Hong Kong's return to the motherland, the Shenzhou 14 taikonauts now in space, and the trend of China chic.
One of the highlights is the performance of 3 classic songs of Suzhou Pingtan, a form of storytelling and singing ballads in the Suzhou dialect.
I used the popular Jiang note to perform this song on the Mid-Autumn Festival. Singing such a song in a water town near the Yangtze River will be a perfect match for the festive mood.
A dazzling array of artists and performers from the Chinese mainland and the regions of Hong Kong, Macau, and Taiwan are part of Qiuwan.
Hong Kong is to be developed as a hub for arts and cultural exchange between China and the rest of the world. The Mid-Autumn Festival Gala, like Hong Kong, is internationally oriented. Under the same moon, no matter where we are, either overseas, Hong Kong, or Chinese mainland, we can feel that we have the same origins.
Organizers are thorough in the presentation of details, ensuring it reflects the lunar theme. This is the main stage of this year's gala. It features a circular design that highlights the beauty of the famed Suzhou Gardens. Iconic architectures such as pavilions and terraces are integrated, really create a harmonious scene.
We chose the riverside as the place to set up the main stage. Through the use of perspective, our stage is 2 meters higher than the actual level of the river, and we will create a visual effect that links the river with the water on stage. In the middle, we will also have a main performance area with a diameter of 14 meters. That represents the full moon.
Virtual production technologies and digital programmed props will allow actors to enter into different scenes, offering an immersive experience for the audience. This year's gala will be broadcast in 4K and 8K resolutions, and 3-dimensional sound production and broadcasting technologies will enhance the show's presentation.
Through the application of such new technologies and new means, we want to present the idea of Qiuwan for all people, so that everyone can share the joy with us on the night of Mid-Autumn Festival.
As one of the traditional Chinese festivals, the Mid-Autumn Festival is an important time of the year for family reunion. Performers say they want to impart China's rich traditions, especially its reverence for the moon, while sharing the festive mood with viewers in the mainland and overseas.
Chinese people have a deep affection for the moon, from poetry to paintings to music. The moon embodies the imagination and emotions of so many Chinese people. The performance I brought this time is adapted from a poem of Su Shi, a poet of the Song dynasty. I hope to pass on the traditional culture through modern expression.
Over 200 large ultra-high-definition screens set up in more than 22 municipalities and provinces in China will simultaneously broadcast the show. Qiuwan will also be available on China Media Group's TV channels and other new media platforms. Ding Siyue, CGTN.
Aside from watching the Mid-Autumn Festival Gala and moon gazing, how else do people celebrate this special holiday? Caroline Wu takes us to the metaverse, where the endless possibilities await. First, a virtual game designed just for the vibe. Let's go.
Mid-Autumn Festival is a time for family reunions, mooncakes, moon gazing, and going on a lantern walk. But young people are finding modern ways to celebrate the traditions. A video game inspired by Jin Yong's martial arts novel, Demigods and Semi-Devils, or Tianlong Babu in Mandarin, has lured gamers with its festive elements. 我们现在来到了一个古风的饭馆哈。那中秋我们必须吃月饼，来，我们点一个月饼，
点一个5仁月饼
，5仁的哦，太好了，5仁的点上了。好，那他用筷子吃呀，还就饭吃是吧？很有想象力，
下饭。
好，太好了，那咱就多吃点吧。Wow, so now we have such a big mooncake here in front of us. So shall we try this? Why don't you get one?
5仁。
Oh, it smells so good.
这个料很足，很厚。
Dr. Wang, is there any special connection between the 5 kernel mooncakes and the traditional Chinese medicine?
So 5 kernel. Can you find?
Sunflower seeds, white sesame.
Yeah. You know, in autumn the weather is dry, and the kernels, the nuts, is rich in oil, so it has a function of moistening, and it can relieve the autumn dryness.
准备去采桂花。
采桂花，因为是中秋的时节，所以我们要喝一壶桂花茶。我好像已经闻到一股桂花香了。哦，找到了。Dr. Wang, let me treat you with some osmanthus tea.
Thank you.
Yeah. I really like the smell.
Although the mooncake is so delicious, but anyway, it's oily, right?
Yeah.
So the osmanthus tea can help the digestion, and also any fragrant substance can improve our mood.
The Mid-Autumn Festival is a significant part of Chinese culture. Many young people wish to keep up with the old traditions, but with a modern twist, because some believe there is value in putting the old and new together. Caroline Wu, CGTN, Beijing.
With the Mid-Autumn Festival approaching on Saturday, a leading figure of China's intangible cultural heritage of Peking opera created a video to celebrate the occasion. Take a look. Zhao Nan is a master of makeup artistry in Peking opera. The work in which she stars is about a mythical figure, the jade rabbit, in the Chinese mythology Chang'e flying to the moon. According to legend, the rabbit is the companion to the moon goddess Chang'e. In the video, the little one dreams of becoming a beauty itself after stealing a drink from its master. For thousands of years, the Mid-Autumn Festival has been celebrated in China as an important time of reunion. Families and communities come together to feast and give thanks to a year's good harvest. In South China's Guangzhou, some university students have decided to give the age-old tradition a new twist through live-action role-playing. Wang Fei tells us more.
In a distant time, the stage is set for an epic battle. But unlike the legend of the moon goddess Chang'e, the hero does not save the world by shooting down 9 out of 10 suns, and his arch-rival isn't trying to steal the elixir of immortality. This is instead the story of 2 princelings fighting over their crush and trying to impress with talent.
Before my bed, a pool of light. Can it be hoarfrost on the ground? Looking up, I find the moon bright. Bowing, in homesickness, I'm drowned. Traditional Han clothing is all the rage right now, so I wanted to try it out myself and experience live-action role-playing on this special occasion.
The Mid-Autumn Day is an important Chinese festival with a long history. Celebrating it with my friends from Hong Kong and Taiwan, it feels like bringing the family together.
Poetry, riddles, and singing are part of moon-worshipping rituals that could be traced back to more than 3,000 years ago. But much of the modern interest in Mid-Autumn Day lies in the quintessential delicacy, mooncakes. Thanks to local preservation of old recipes, chefs today are able to recreate flavors from 100 years ago.
Old recipes are heavy on sugar and oil, so we've adjusted them for the healthier palates of today. But we work very hard to revive old techniques because these are important parts of our culture that must be passed on.
Time to step up to the plate. The students are learning to make a Cantonese classic, lotus seed paste with salted eggs. And they're using traditional molds made of lychee wood.
Making mooncakes is actually quite hard. Every step contains a lot of wisdom from our ancestors. Many Taiwan traditions come from mainland, such as Fujian and Chaoshan region. We share the same roots. Learning these traditions is a good way to increase our sense of national identity.
Chinese festivities are almost always about expressing meaning through food. The golden egg yolk is a tribute to the full moon, which symbolizes reunions and prosperity. The rich flavors are an expression of gratitude for a year's harvests and gratefulness for the time we can share with loved ones. Recipes may change over time, but our memories of being with family stay. Huang Fei, CGTN, Guangzhou.
When the Empress of Chocolate, Maribel Lieberman, and Chinese pastry chef Li Ying met for the first time in New York, they immediately bonded over their love for Chinese culture and cuisine. On the occasion of this year's Mid-Autumn Festival, the two ladies wielded their dessert alchemy and created something fit for the moon goddess.
Maribel Lieberman has built an edible empire with her New York Times praised chocolate company, Maribel New York. Her hot chocolate powder was rated as one of Oprah Winfrey's favorite products. The chocolate master is keen to create new menus and integrate cultures into dessert.
We have a lot of Chinese community in America, and I was so pleasant to see so many Chinese people coming. So knowing the Chinese culture should be more important than anything. I started incorporating a ganache with the designs of Chinese New Year 4 years ago. The Moon Festival is about gathering all the family, and it's like a Thanksgiving.
Thanks to Lieberman, New Yorkers can now get a taste of mooncakes.
The mooncake we started last year, and we did very well. So these are my mooncakes for 2022. We have 4 mooncakes. I also created something more related with chocolate with the Moon Festival designs.
Li Ying, aka Lily, is a pastry chef who immigrated from Shanghai. She and her husband run a Chinese restaurant in New Jersey, fostering a home away from home for Chinese students there. Li specializes in making Suzhou-style mooncakes with a puffy crust.
上海的月饼是什么比较特别？上海的鲜肉月饼比较特别啊。广式月饼是普遍是大家公认的，江南的月饼在美国比较少的人知道。
This year, the two got together to make traditional Chinese mooncakes.
Good.
I love the savory mooncakes. As families across China and the Chinese diaspora gather to celebrate this year's Mid-Autumn Festival, Julie Shire was invited to have dinner with Elizabeth Lee Main and her family in Cape Town, South Africa. A very special moon festival was celebrated despite cold and raining conditions, where custom as well as food brought warmth and a sense of reunion.
So everything is imbued in symbolism and meaning, which I love so much.
Nothing is more important than family and spending time with loved ones. The Moon Festival allows for this magical occasion to celebrate traditions. Elizabeth Lee Ming and her husband Sergio Yeska invited me to celebrate with them, and not even the weather stopped me from visiting their tea house.
Elizabeth, thank you so much for having me. I am so excited to
witness what a moon festival dinner will be like. Tell us, what can I expect?
Welcome, Julie. It's wonderful to have you here at our humble little tea house. So we honor and we celebrate all the festivals. So Moon Festival being the second largest outside of China after Chinese New Year. So we celebrate that.
And the magic happens here in this tiny kitchen.
Cooking and eating is such a big part of our culture. And when I met my husband, then I was very fortunate because he loves to cook and he's worked as a chef as well. So it was quite easy for him to embrace my culture and my cuisine.
Jeska's is a small tea house, but it's packed with heritage and tradition.
Jeska's, it's actually pronounced Sheska, and it's my husband's family name, and it means to ignite. So we like to think of it as igniting passion in flavor, food, and family, but it's a celebration of my heritage and my culture and my cuisine. My mum and dad are originally from Guangzhou, and that's actually the birthplace of dim sum, which is really exciting. So you know you're getting the most authentic and most traditional here with us.
Elizabeth, I see that tradition is very important for you. How do you try to pass this on to your children?
Because I live in South Africa, which is so far from China, where I'm originally from, it's really important that as a mom, we continue to celebrate my culture, my cuisine, my heritage, and for my children to also participate in it.
Elizabeth and Sergio's children share two cultures, Chinese and Argentinian.
For me, it's always what I found that makes me feel a little bit more unique, especially when people ask me, like, oh, what is your heritage? And then I would tell them, and they're like, oh, that's always a very interesting mix. It's important because a lot of the times we lose our heritage, and especially in my culture, at least for me, a lot of my identity is rooted within my culture because it forms a part of who I am, essentially.
I would like to go to China for the Moon Festival today. If I was there, I'd draw the moon and the stars in the solar system, and I'd celebrate the Moon Festival and eat many mooncakes. Here is the lotus flower.
There's a couple of festivals that we observe during the Moon Festival. So one of them is eating mooncakes, moon gazing, making a wish, sending it up to the moon, enjoying a meal, family style.
The time arrived to enjoy delicious mooncakes and understand their importance.
It's the shape that represents family, it represents that it's a circle, it doesn't have an ending. And the beauty about it as well is that you would eat it together as a family. So you would cut it up, you would divide it up, and you would share it. And on the night of the Moon Festival, we believe it's the biggest and the brightest and the most beautiful moon of the year.
The moon didn't appear for us because of the weather, but it didn't dampen our spirits, and we sent our wishes to Chang'e anyway.
Cheers! Happy Moon Festival! Happy Moon Festival!
Thank you for having me.
And with that family gathering, we wrap up this edition of The Vibe. Before you go, I'll leave you with scenes of Mid-Autumn Festival celebrations across China. I'm Julian Wacken in Beijing. Thanks for joining us, and stay tuned for more CGTN news coming up next.
So that was quite entertaining and educational. The trinity of mooncakes, gazing at the moon, and many people coming together.
Yeah.
And now, you guys asked me a question earlier in the live that I want to bounce back at you.
Okay.
How do you celebrate Mid-Autumn Festival in your families? Do you have any customs, any traditions that are like specific to the Li family?
Yeah,
that's
an
interesting question.
Yang family.
Oh, Yang family.
Yang, the
Yangs, the
Lees.
Yeah.
Yes, how are you? You
Family
go
of
first,
generals.
maybe.
You go first.
I go first? Okay. Not much, actually. To be honest, I'm completely honest with you. Mooncakes, of course, a lot, and 5 kernels, our favorite.
Oh,
and
God.
apart from that,
You have to drop that in.
You have to drop that. I have to drop the bomb and leave. And the next, apart from that, sometimes hiking, of course, in the mountains. You know,
that's nice.
the air is crispy and is fresh. Autumn is always the best season if you want to go hiking in the mountains. Yeah, that's pretty much about it. Yeah, family reunion. But now, because urbanization, I think that is general in China as a whole. We're all living in different cities, so family reunions are not possible now. At this point, at least. Yeah.
Well, for the Yang family, apart from the mooncake,
The hiking?
No.
we don't do
No
hiking.
hiking.
We don't do hiking.
You don't.
Yeah, the crabs. Yeah, steamed crab is a must-have dish on our table during the Mid-Autumn Festival. Yeah, because it's the harvest season. We need to celebrate the harvest of hairy crabs. We have a saying, when the autumn winds blow, the hairy crabs grow. So
What is it again? Come again?
when the autumn winds blow, the hairy crabs grow.
Ah, okay.
秋风起，蟹脚肥.
Ah, so they grow fat.
Yeah,
literally.
and then we eat it, and
Yeah.
then we grow fat. Yeah,
Or
so
healthy.
yeah, like different traditions in different parts of China. We did a vox pop asking young people how they are going to celebrate the Mid-Autumn Festival this year. Let's take a look.
团圆
团聚的这样一个日子。
现在还有那个馅儿的月饼。
我爱你有几分。
The 15th day of the 8th lunar month is the Mid-Autumn Festival, a celebration that focuses on the moon. What is the Mid-Autumn Festival? Why do Chinese people eat mooncakes? And how do the Chinese young people celebrate this festival? Let's hit the streets of Beijing to find out. 让你用一句话来给外国人介绍中国的中秋节，你会怎么介绍？
看着圆圆的月亮，吃着鲜鲜的月饼，
家人团聚的日子，
中国团圆，
找一个理由回家探亲访友。
Happy Day 吧 ，Happy Day 吧，这是比较匮乏。
就是中国人有些时候比较内敛，羞于启齿，我们需要一些特殊的时刻，需要一些圆圆的月亮，去让我们能够有光明正大的理由表达思念。
你还知道哪一些中国传统的中秋节的习俗？
不知道，
还真没有。
除了吃月饼，还有别的事儿要干吗？
喝菊花酒吧，小时候家里会自己酿。
这个其实也是我们来做这个题的原因，就是看现在的年轻人对于中国的传统节日还了解多少。我可以跟你讲啊，就比如说赏月、供兔迎儿，然后扎灯笼、吃月饼、猜灯谜、玩花灯。小的时候过中秋节和现在过中秋节，你觉得有什么样不一样的感觉？
小时候更多的我是被安排的那一方，就是父母会帮我安排好，你要跟我们在一起，我们一起出去玩，一起去踏青。然后现在长大了，可能更多的我承担的是那个 安排中秋的人，
我觉得差别挺大的。自己现在在大城市工作，没有可能在家里跟家人一起的那种氛围。
社会上有越来越多好玩的事情吸引你，对吧？你也不会去只关注于这些传统的东西了。
就是以前可能家庭条件不太好，过节吃的东西会好一些，但是现在就平时可能吃的也都差不多。
以前我们那儿还会有篝火晚会，现在大家工作节奏都太快了，我还是希望能回归到以前那个时候。
今年买月饼了吗？
公司一般都会发。
现在还没有买。
公司发了。
您平时会吃什么馅儿的月饼？
枣泥的吧，
蛋黄馅儿的。
不要是那个什么五仁的就行，它太难吃了。
蛋黄莲蓉，然后5仁的
莲蓉。 蛋黄馅儿的，
大部分还是蛋黄比较传统的口味。那您知道现在市场上有一些比较新兴、比较特别的月饼馅吗？
经常刷抖音有那个榴莲月饼，说特别贵，但是看着我觉得应该挺好吃的。
蓝莓啊，什么榴莲啊，
不是之前说有什么辣条？
猫山王榴莲月饼
吃了吗？
我的室友问我，就是家里怎么了？
但是口感和 感觉呢，
挺好吃的，因为我是一个热爱榴莲的人。现在还有那个螺蛳粉馅儿的月饼，
真的假的？
真的有。
想一个关于月亮的歌曲。
月亮代表我的心。
月亮代表我的心。
什么水调歌头之类的，《十五月亮圆》的那种歌曲吧。
我觉得大家可能都会说月亮代表我的心。
对，大部分人都会想到这个。你可以唱一句吗？
你问我爱你有多深，我爱你有几分。
非常好，非常好。
我在遥望月亮之上，有多少梦想在自由的飞翔。
非常好，终于有人说这首歌了。我刚踩你的时候，我还终于没有，为什么没有人想到月亮之上？您今年的中秋节打算怎么过？
就是跟家里人这样视频打个电话。
今年因为在北京不能回家了，所以会跟我的朋友们聚在一起，
跟家人一起。
怎么过？
大家坐在一块儿吃个饭。平时不怎么见面的，就是
没有怎么过，就跟一个正常的周末一样吧。
说来比较悲伤，可能一个人过。
一个人怎么过？
我可能会买1-2块月饼自己吃点月饼嘛。
跟男朋友一起过。
希望爸爸妈妈不要想我，一切都好。然后月饼拿到了就自己吃吧，不要花180的运费把80的月饼寄给我。
想给爸妈说，你们辛苦了。然后我在外地上学，不用担心我一定会照顾好我自己的，我会好好学习。
我希望家里人能就是聚在一起，开开心心过一个中秋，然后希望家里人都健健康康的。
So we're back to our live broadcast. Statistically speaking, two of the most recurrent words that we've said so far today were moon and mooncakes.
Yeah.
And we've heard what these young people had to say about mooncakes and their favorite ones, especially the durian one, which
I want to try
I'm
that.
very hesitant about. Well, I mean, you're courageous, you're brave.
You should be adventurous. Yeah, you are, definitely.
Well, I am not.
Maybe crab filling.
Oh, I would love that.
It could be something new. There is nothing like that, right? Not yet.
Not yet. But maybe next year. Maybe next year.
Maybe
That's a good idea.
Yeah, we are addressing them right now, maybe, because she is a big fan of crabs, and maybe next year you're going to have crab filling. Yeah, pistachio. Pistachio is fine.
And I'm pretty sure, like, someone would just mix these two together and then call it
pistachio and crab, you know,
because there are some interesting flavors, but we do have mooncakes right here in the studio, and Jianghua has spoken time and time again about his how much he likes 5 kernel ones.
Yeah, 5 kernel ones. But which one is?
Since we have now 5, how about we try some?
Yeah, we're gonna
one each
sample some of the mooncakes we have.
Can I?
Okay, maybe. Yeah. So that you can have a closer look at it. Okay, yeah, lovely.
These are like
they're really sticky right now.
These are snow skin. These are snow skin ones. These are not baked. These are made with glutinous rice.
This one is really
glutinous
it is
rice.
Like, what is that? It's like bluish a little bit.
Not appetizing.
Isn't it? It's like and this one yellow. And there is a rabbit, a cute rabbit
Jade rabbit.
in it, and there is a lantern. I don't know if you can see that clearly over there. Okay.
Does that indicate the filling? Because I see lotus here, so does this mean that this has
rabbit
meat?
No.
Rabbit meat with lantern.
Yeah, we can't do that. How can we eat rabbits?
You need to respect the jade rabbit.
Yeah, and this one is lotus, of course.
I guess it's green tea.
This is lotus. So this is green tea thing. Oh, it is
like.
And this one, I don't know. What's that? It's some kind of flower. I think that's this orchid.
Well, you know what?
Orchid. That's your favorite.
I'm gonna try this one.
Okay,
then I'll take this one.
You take this one. Okay, lovely.
Which one are you gonna go for?
This one, of course. It goes well with my shirt.
Okay.
I think it's green bean. I can smell green bean.
I know. It just smells sweet to me. Let's give it a try, you guys.
Ooh, it's pink inside.
It's pink inside? Okay. Let me crack open it. It's a little bit, I don't know, something sticky inside.
Oh, mine as well is yellow from the inside. Oh, and it's falling apart.
I think it's fruity flavor. It's definitely, green bean paste outside for the crusting part.
What is that? What's the purple thing? Strawberry. It's pinkish strawberry, is it?
No.
No, it's not. Yeah.
It's some
I've been waiting for this
cherry
moment,
blossom.
Yeah,
I guess it's cherry blossom.
Tastes like whatever you want.
Yeah.
Whatever you want. I've been waiting for this moment to have some mooncakes. I didn't have anything for lunch, so.
And then, how do you feel?
I think this is probably lotus root. somehow, I think, as the filling.
I feel disappointed. Let's just put it at that. This has no flavor.
This one is good.
Sugary.
This one is actually
It's
good.
very stuffy. And of course, we also have some biscuits, as part of the feast that we have with 3,
So we know that yours is your favorite is 5 kernel. You're very traditional when it comes to this. You said
jujube paste.
Okay. Well, because there's like the traditional ones, the ones that you have mentioned, and then there's the novelty ones, the ones where you are, every year you have so many flavors, so many different combinations.
Every year, yeah.
It's like it's almost like a marketing gimmick right now.
Well, we actually tried some. We asked our colleague Jiaxin to try some new flavors. We gave her some pretty interesting options. Let's see her reaction.
Hey guys, it's Mid-Autumn Festival, when a typical snack becomes absolutely indispensable. The mooncake. Usually the moon looks round, perfectly round, during Mid-Autumn Festival. That's why the mooncakes are usually shaped like a round moon and usually golden in its color. It looks pretty much the same from the appearance, but what's inside is the point. Like classical mooncake fillings include lotus, yolk, sweet bean paste, like custard, so much so forth. But in recent years, some novel flavors have also emerged. Today, my colleague prepares me some surprising mooncakes with what they called interesting flavors. As required, I'll taste them all without knowing what they belong to ahead of time, and I'll give you my true feedback. Shall we start? It's actually sweet, but a little bit salty, maybe because of the meat. I can tell there's meat. It's nutty and chewy. I say it's 5 kernels and meat mooncake. Am I right? That is correct. Oh, and it smells strong. I hope it hasn't affected anyone else in the office. Wow. I can tell there's sour bean, sour bamboo shoots, and even snail, and some rice noodles. It's from Liuzhou, right? Yes. Yeah, everybody knows. Luosifen, snail's rice noodles, is one of the most famous specialties in Liuzhou from southern China's Guangxi Zhuang Autonomous Region. If you ever make it to the city, you are sure of a warm welcome and a large bowl of luosifen. But we don't usually put like spicy ingredients inside a mooncake. Totally far beyond. Let's move on. It looks like meat. It's laoganma, right? You're correct. That's crazy. This spicy bean paste was firstly invented from a woman in southwestern China's Guizhou province. And it's famous all over the country. For many Chinese people who's living abroad, this flavor definitely reminds them of home. And it's good enough to be used in cooking, but this combination, put laoganma inside a mooncake, is definitely out of my expectation. I think the most part is lotus, but I seem to have had a little bit dry tofu. Is it spicy? Yeah, it is a little bit, but sweet at the same time. Could be a great snack if it's not inside a mooncake. I'll just get a tiny slice of it. It's like green bean inside. Just tell me what it is. I have no idea. It's like pretty normal. No, it's actually mustard. No. No, it's not too pungent, I expected it to be really strong, but this one's okay. All right, one last. And then we're all set. Oh, it's definitely leek. Leeks do have their own, special smell and taste. It's usually cooked with egg. Leek egg pancake is kind of a home-cooked dish. It's really common. But this combination is definitely my first ever experience. Are we done?
Yes.
So thank goodness.
What's your least favorite?
螺蛳粉. That was really crazy. I mean, I like snail's rice noodles. A lot of people are crazy about this snack in Liuzhou. But this combination with mooncake, because the skin of the mooncake, it's sweet, and it's really complicated to fill it with something spicy. Yeah, and sour. That's my personal opinion. Anyway, everybody has their own preferences in terms of the flavors of the mooncake. What's more important is the meaning of the mooncake: reunion, completeness, and happiness for the whole family. So at the end of the show, wish you all a very happy Mid-Autumn Festival and a family reunion. I'm Liu Jiaxin reporting for CGTN in Beijing.
Well, there you have it. When it comes to mooncake fillings, the sky is the limit. Which one did you guys least
favorite?
Which one would you not want
the
to
weirdest,
try?
right?
I would say the leek one.
Yeah, I agree with you, definitely. The pungent smell.
Really?
You can't handle that.
But I'm interested, I have to say.
The mustard
maybe.
is like, why would you put mustard inside a...
Mustard.
Yeah.
Mustard is better than leek, I guess,
Yeah, I can't imagine why they put mustard inside of the mooncake, but leek is...
If you have mustard, it's not like 100% mustard. There should be something that goes with it, right?
I guess we have to ask her.
Yeah, we should ask her.
She hardly tasted it.
Yeah, I should give her a call, maybe after the live show, how she felt about the mooncakes.
Well, I mean, you could tell from her face that she liked some more than others.
Yeah.
But let's see next year what novelty mooncakes we would have.
What did we see? Crab meat one and
yes,
the pistachio one.
Yes.
Yeah.
For any marketers out there, we suggest
I would
you guys
buy it.
do, what was it?
Crab
meat, pistachio one, and a combination of both of them. So that's your $1 million idea right there, and we'll take 10% of the
customized for you.
Yep. I will definitely buy it.
Well, now that we've spoken about the mooncakes, now that we've let it out, and we've tried the mooncakes that we have here in the studios, which, by the way, we did finish. Let's talk about something else that is also related to Mid-Autumn Festival, and it's something also related to the rabbits.
Yeah, let's zoom in a little bit one more time. You're just standing now.
Rabbit figurines.
Yeah, rabbit figurines.
Rabbit god.
Yeah.
Rabbit god.
How do we make sense of that in the context of Mid-Autumn Festival?
Yeah, maybe let's see. Yeah, rabbit god. What is it like, rabbit god? Is rabbit god, as far as I know, I've never seen that outside Beijing. If you go into the Hutong, the alleyways in Beijing, the most traditional places in the city, you see a lot of rabbit gods made of ceramics, and the only thing, the interesting thing...
As in, you see them in shops, you don't just walking down the alleyway and then you see a rabbit
in the
god.
shops, of course. And so part of the mystery, I think, about this rabbit god or goddess is it is masculinity or is femininity. I don't know.
I think it's a
different versions.
Male.
Yeah,
male.
It's a male.
But yeah, like you just said, it's only in Beijing. It's a Beijing unique Mid-Autumn Festival custom. Legend has it that it's actually the jade rabbit living on the moon with Chang'e together. So now in Beijing, we have this tradition that after the family reunion dinner in the Mid-Autumn night, after your family members appreciate the moon together, people would pray to the rabbit god, especially kids. They would pray to the rabbit god for peace and good luck. And actually, when you buy the rabbit god, out of respect, you don't say buy or purchase. You say invite him over.
Yeah, that is part of the tradition in religion in China. You invite the god to your house. You don't say you buy something with your money. You don't purchase.
Okay,
you invite.
Question. I go into a shop. I see a figurine that I like. And then what do I tell?
You can say that I want to invite this figurine to my home.
I want to invite this.
So I don't ask what is the price. I don't.
You can see the label there. You can see the price tag.
Okay. So they already made it easier for me not to ask.
Yeah, it is about your respect.
It's listening.
Well, I mean, but that's not the god.
Yeah, so you're just standing now because he's heard what you said just now. It is an abomination.
Well, yeah. So basically, most of them are made of clay, and we interviewed a clay sculpture master. Let's see how a rabbit god is made.
叫张东强，我是北京彩塑这个技艺的代表性传承人。兔爷呢，相对来讲呢，它是一个小众的一个产品，只有北京有这样的一个习俗。兔爷是什么呀？兔爷可不是兔子的爷爷，兔爷啊是人们对玉兔的敬称。兔爷在北京已经有400多年了。相传呀，它是月宫中终日捣药的那只玉兔。老辈子的兔爷呢，4款，今天在故宫博物院。第一款啊是坐骑是鹿的啊，骑鹿的兔爷。第2款呢是祥云金光洞。第3款呢是富贵牡丹。第4款是莲花座啊，这样的4款造型。我们老常说8月15中秋节。家家户户吃月饼，请兔爷，拜兔爷，就指的就是兔爷。过去呀，在4、9城里边啊，中秋节这天热闹得不得了，要把这个小桌子呀放在院中间，兔爷呢放在桌子的正中间，前边放上5供、香烛、蜡台、毛豆枝、鸡冠子花，应季的呢水果，葡萄啊、枣啊，有西瓜。还要切成荷花瓣，再放上月饼啊，糕点月饼。桌子前边呢放个小布堆儿，后边呢在窗户上挂上月光板，小孩子就办这个仪式了啊，给小兔爷啊磕头，磕完头之后呢，孩子一哄而上，拿月饼吃的，拿枣的啊，拿小兔爷玩的。中秋的时候都要摆兔爷山，大大小小的兔爷在一起几十尊。那就是威武啊，特别气派。小兔爷绘画的时候，开脸最重要，也就是说这眉毛眼儿，开脸呢，好的作品啊，能够传神。这个眼型啊，过去眼型2目圆睁、2郎神似的，随着时间的推移啊，小兔爷的眼型也发生很大的变化了。萌动可爱的、慈祥的这个小兔爷呀，长长的耳朵、3瓣的嘴，今天呀脸上涂了胭脂粉，单挑令旗不变。武士的呢，金盔铠甲，红色和黄色的袍服和薄衫不变，变的呢是小兔爷坐骑底下的啊这个场景和左右两边的场景。最近呢，我创作一款呀24节气和北京24这个城门的兔爷。现在呢，我已经创作了4款，立春啊、立夏、立秋、立冬这4款。我希望呢，兔爷作为这个地区的一个文化符号，它更多的呢是能作为京城文化的一个文化的载体。
Well, now that you guys have learned so much about the moon, the rabbit god legend, tradition, food, culture, are you ready to take a trivia quiz?
Yeah.
Bring it on.
Of course.
All right.
Catechism.
So I will, it shows swipe up, clearing the clouds and see the moon.
Oh, it's there. Yeah, of course you can find that. Yeah, to the right of the screen.
Yeah,
the
the
moon
audience
quiz.
is seeing it already.
How much do you know about the moon?
Let's
now this
see.
one. First question, how long does a day last on the moon? A, 29.5 Earth days, B, 24 hours just like Earth, C, 5 Earth days, and D, 12 hours. Which one? Make a guess.
Yeah, make a guess.
Yeah, and to those of you who are watching, you can also make a guess and leave your comments below. And
Yeah.
No idea.
Yeah, the second one should be eliminated. Shouldn't be 24 hours like Earth.
Yeah, that's easy.
This is the satellite of the Earth. Yeah, it should be longer, you know.
It should be different from the Earth.
Yeah, should be, definitely.
Yeah.
So you're quizzing us and taking the quiz at the same time.
Yeah.
Yep.
Great, yeah. So
Teamwork.
And which one do you think is
I trust you guys.
correct? 5 Earth days? I don't know, it doesn't make sense. How come 5?
5 Earth days, 12
Why do you have
hours.
5 or
Is it
something?
longer or
Random.
shorter?
Why
would you have
I would say
29.5?
longer.
Longer, I would say longer, much longer. And I would say A, probably 29.5 Earth
that's
days,
almost
like
a month.
nearly a month's time.
That's
Nearly
almost
a
a
month's time. That is one day, because it takes like a month for the moon probably to.
Oh, that makes sense.
Yeah, I think so. And also, apart from that, I watched a film. Yeah, it's a sci-fi film, and I'm very trusting. I think
so. Basically, you knew the answer from the beginning.
Yeah,
you saved us a lot of deliberation.
From a fictional movie.
From a fictional movie.
Sci-fi.
But let's see. I will say A. We agree on A.
I mean, he seems to know.
Okay, A. Let's see. Ooh,
of course.
Correct. Correct. 29.5 hours. Next up, the moon and sixpence. In the world of literature, there are many moon figures. For example, in the famous novel, The Moon and Sixpence. Here comes the question. What does the moon represent in The Moon and Sixpence? A. Madness. B. Material world. And C. Spiritual world.
Not B.
Not B, yeah. Why not?
So, because, you know, like, material world is not something that, like, material money, you don't really think of that when you think of
because sixpence is money, material world, so they are the same. It should be like the moon vis-a-vis sixpence, or vis-a-vis material world. So or madness, madness and money. No, I don't think so. Yeah,
could be madness, world. But then if you're saying that it's like it's like opposites. So you have the moon and then you have the money, and so if the money is the material, then the moon is the spiritual.
Yeah, good logic, good thinking. Yeah,
so spiritual, spiritual, C.
We'll go for this.
C, yeah.
Correct.
Well, here we go.
Okay, next up.
We didn't see the questions.
This one is Egypt related. In ancient Egyptian culture, the moon god Thoth was considered the inventor of writing. Therefore, in ancient Egyptian culture, the moon was often used to symbolize wisdom. Most of the time, Thoth was usually depicted with a head of ibis. Please click the appropriate puzzle piece to fill in the complete mural of moon god Thoth. So which head?
So we have 3 heads.
We have 3 heads down.
One is a dog.
Not the first one.
Dog is no, because it should be a bird.
It should be a bird because it's the ibis. So ibis, whatever
could be the first one
is.
Or the second one. The last one is like the kiwi bird. Right.
So
it should be the second one, maybe.
This one?
Yeah, and it has a, it's red face. It goes well with the body.
No, wrong one.
No,
wrong guess.
You should pull it up there. No, you can't.
Okay.
Also, you can only choose the right one.
Yeah.
Oh, there you go. It's the third one.
Okay, so this one is like half because
okay. I take it. So that's all the questions I have.
Yeah, I wish we should have.
We need to know more about Egyptian moon culture.
Well, I mean, still, let's cheer for it. I guess it still is a victory. At least we got 2 right.
Yeah, we'd like to make a toast and thank you guys so much for staying with me and staying with you.
I don't know if I should thank him for that.
We don't do toast, right?
We don't.
Happy Mid-Autumn Festival.
You guys are not going to even smell it?
Where did you learn that?
What is the smell?
Tea.
It's the tea ceremony in China.
Oh, yeah.
You know what? Tea ceremony. It is said that Song Dynasty has the best tea. They have a unique tea culture. The teas were, finely grounded into powder. You don't see any leaves in the tea, and they even created art. Tea art. They can paint on the tea foam.
So that is very much like tea barista. We have coffee barista, but that is like tea barista, right? In the Song Dynasty, like over 1,000 years ago. Yeah, I think so.
Around that.
Yeah. So I'm wondering what tea ceremony or what the tea culture was like in the Song Dynasty, because it was the peak of it. Yeah, let's take a look now.
Women's makeup and clothing were simple and elegant during the Song Dynasty. In terms of clothing, girls preferred low saturation colors. Their makeup styles were extremely simple and clean, very similar to the nude makeup we're now pursuing. The Song Dynasty is considered as the peak of Chinese traditional culture and aesthetics. So what was the modern lifestyle in the Song Dynasty? So you may have heard of cafe latte, but have you ever seen art in a cup of tea? Diancha is a tea art dating from the Song Dynasty. The art begins with pouring water over powdered tea, so creating a paste, then adding more hot water, constantly whisking with a bamboo whisk. So during the diancha making process, the froth and the tea paste act like a paper and the ink, allowing artists to create delicate patterns. For centuries, the full moon and the family reunion are the traditions of the Mid-Autumn Festival. Why not brew new tea with fresh fire? We'll share the beauty of the full moon. Wish you a happy Mid-Autumn Festival and feel the elegance of the tea art.
I think that is definitely beautiful. I have never seen that before in my life. That is called diancha, right?
It's always
like
the
a
first
tea
time,
ceremony and tea culture. Of course, when it comes to tea, especially China's tea exporting sector, I think one of the places that we should mention is Dunhuang. That used to be a very important part of the ancient Silk Road. And guys, so when it comes to Dunhuang, it always reminds me of something religions about China's Buddhism and also about trade and something. So I've never been there before. It's a shame, but I watched a documentary. Have you been there before? You did.
I have, for the very specific reason that you mentioned, which is the Silk Road. It was a very important, city along the Silk Road. It was the last stop Chinese merchants would have to cross before they go into the desert, and the first stop foreign merchants would have to cross to get into China. I went there in 2017. Beautiful city, so much culture, vast expanses of sand. I do recommend you guys go. And it gets dark pretty late in the day, so more time to go sightseeing.
Cool,
I see.
cool.
That is
Yeah, I've never
interesting.
visited before, but it's always on my list because to me it's always mysterious and sacred. There are so many caves and there are so many wall paintings inside, and that's the world intangible cultural heritage. And a lot of the paintings are about nymphs flying to the moon and also about the ancient customs of Mid-Autumn Festival. So. How about let's go to Dunhuang right now, go on a tour to see their Mid-Autumn night.
Let's go.
Let's go. It's time to go.
Hello everyone, you're watching CGTN's Over the Moon Mid-Autumn Festival live show. I'm Lai Ming.
Hello, I'm Huang Rui, and this is the segment for Mid-Autumn Night in Dunhuang. 那么在接下来的时间当中，我们会带着大家去到一个特别的地方，我们把它叫做沙漠中的绿洲。这个城市就是敦煌，我们会带大家去看100年前的中秋月。
The Mid-Autumn Festival is a special occasion for the Chinese people. It's the second most important traditional festival. On that day or night, the moon becomes the biggest and the brightest, symbolizing a bumper harvest. Therefore, it's natural for people to look up into the sky and thank the heaven for our prosperity and wish for many good years to come.
现在呢，其实是北京时间的晚上6点，敦煌的月亮还没有升起来，但是我们会通过高科技带大家穿越时空，去欣赏敦煌的一轮明月。
So here is what we are going to do tonight. With the help of the Dunhuang Academy and supported by our 5G and extended reality technologies, we will travel across time and space to a famous spot along the ancient Silk Road. Dunhuang, home to the UNESCO World Heritage Site of the Mogao Caves, some 2,300 kilometers away from us in Beijing, has been a place of wonder for more than 1,000 years. There we could see different versions of the moon as seen and captured by the people of Dunhuang for thousands of years.
That's right. 我们今天晚上的节目呢，也在 CGTN、CGTN Radio、China Plus 等平台同步播出，欢迎你锁定我们。Lai Ming, have you ever been to Dunhuang, the Mogao Caves?
I have not, although I have been looking forward to being there since I have been listening to our podcast, Why We Love Dunhuang. Here it is. Here's the cover of our podcast. Let's make way. Now, as I listen to this podcast, I could imagine myself seeing the sculptures, the caves, and the paintings featured at the caves. And I could only see the generations of craftsmen pouring their strength and their time into the caves, into Dunhuang, making it a very unique garden of human civilization. The sheer thought of that is overwhelming to me. So Huang Rui, let me put the question back to you. You have been to Dunhuang personally, and do you agree with my imagination of Dunhuang?
First of all, I want to thank you for bringing up the podcast, Why We Love Dunhuang. I hope you have really enjoyed it.
I'm still enjoying it. It's still updating.
那么我自己去过敦煌，也因为工作的关系，我去过敦煌，特别是在制作了这系列播客作品《我们为什么爱敦煌》之后，我再次去到那儿的时候，就觉得有一种穿越的感觉，很熟悉。仿佛你能看到作为古丝绸之路上连接当时的中国和欧亚大陆的一个重要的交通要道，我能看到那些高僧大德在这儿如何禅修，然后也能看到文人墨客游历到那儿如何吟诗作画，当然还有来自不同国家民族还有宗教背景的商人在那儿从事商货贸易。
So the artistic achievements and the cultural value of Dunhuang is unfathomably profound. Just take, for instance, the images of the moon. The sheer number and styles exhibited at Dunhuang is very hard to keep track of, and therefore we need to rely on expertise, special expert, to guide us through the caves. And as such, we have invited very important guests from the Dunhuang Academy to help us to do just that.
But before that, I want to mention the questions we posted on our social media platforms.
Yeah, very important questions. Winning them, getting them right, might give you the opportunity to win some gifts from CGTN and the Dunhuang Academy. So remind me of what the questions are. Number one, I think, would be, how many ears do three rapids have?
第二个问题呢，就是在鼎鼎大名的285窟里面有几位月神
？And number three, is there an image of 嫦娥？在敦煌那边有没有嫦娥的形象呢？如果有的话，它是在哪个窟里呢？
希望你来参与我们的有奖回答。如果你能成为我们的幸运观众的话，有可能会获得来自敦煌研究院和 CGTN 为你准备的精美礼品。
好的，那么我们已经充分介绍了我们今天晚上重要的环节。现在有请我们第一位嘉宾。哇，我有幸请到了一位非常轻盈、非常美丽的嘉宾。我们要攀比一下吗？
I also invited a special guest from Dunhuang. Let's first check out who you have invited.
Here we go. I'm introducing Jia Yao, the official cartoon figure of the Mogao Caves, powered by artificial intelligence technologies.
欢迎佳瑶。
容嘉陵仙鸟为邻，会壁上丹青为翼。大家好，我是敦煌仙子佳瑶。
佳瑶你好。
大家好
，Hello， 佳瑶，欢迎来到 CGTN 敦煌中秋夜的特别节目。
Welcome。
哇，看你这身打扮，真像是刚刚从壁画里走出来的一样。今天的特别之夜，你会对我们的全球网友有什么话想说吗？
欢迎观看 CGTN 我们为什么爱敦煌中秋特别直播。Thank you CGTN for producing Why We Love 敦煌 podcast。让我们一起把敦煌的故事讲给全世界。中秋月圆人团圆，祝大家中秋快乐 ！Happy Mid-Autumn Festival！
How about that? I bet you can't find anyone prettier than that.
Sure, she's absolutely high tech. I mean, she's gorgeous, beautiful. 下面我们还是请出我邀请到的这位嘉宾吧。她的风格是另外一种的，是儒雅学士风，而且绝对是重量级的。下面我们有请来自敦煌研究院的苏博明院长，有请苏院长。
大家好，很高兴参加 CGTN 我们为什么爱敦煌中秋特别直播节目。今人不见古时月，今月曾经照古人。2000多年前，贯通亚欧的古丝绸之路架起了一座东西方友好往来、文明交流的重要桥梁，孕育了璀璨辉煌、博大精深的敦煌文化。人类的敦煌如今正吸引着全世界关注的目光。感谢 CGTN 倾心推出我们为什么爱敦煌系列播客，让丝路传奇、敦煌文化、莫高精神传向世界。海上生明月，天涯共此时。值此中秋佳节之际，我们愿与全球的朋友们一起赏敦煌月，传万古情。祝大家中秋快乐，阖家幸福，万事如意。
谢谢苏院长，有机会一定要去敦煌亲自拜访一下。You're watching Over the Moon, CGTN's Mid-Autumn Festival live show, and we are presenting Mid-Autumn Night in Dunhuang. You can watch this live stream on CGTN, CGTN Radio, and China Plus platforms.
来明，其实我们现在已经在敦煌了。
Oh yeah? Oh yes.
看看周围。
So I see a 牌楼 a gateway. What does it mean?
是啊，你看这牌楼上面，最上面其实写着莫高窟3个字，然后下面是三威揽胜。
OK，
这4个字呢，这个4个字面向的一方其实就是莫高窟，然后我们顺着这4个字望过去的是叫做三威山的一个地方。
So we are now currently at the gateway to the Mogao Caves. We are facing the Mogao Caves per se, but behind us is the gateway, and on top of it says Mogao Ku, the Mogao Caves, and there are 4 horizontal characters saying San Wei Lan Sheng, meaning here you can see all the spectacular view of the Sanwei Mountains.
其实现在天色比较晚了哈。如果是比较晴朗的时候，傍晚的时候，我们能看到三威山。然后，每当日落的时候，落日的余晖就会洒满三威山，整座山就会呈现出一副金黄色。
Well, it's the middle of the night here, so we don't get to see the magnificent sunset. But it is said that when the sun sets here, a golden hue will touch the top of the mountain, creating a magnificent view so spectacular that nearly 2,000 years ago, there's a monk named Le Zun who stayed here, and he witnessed the sunset here, and he imagined seeing the glow, and he thought he was looking at the glory of the Buddha, and he realized that maybe this is a good place to meditate.
对，我想这也是公元前366年的时候，那个叫做乐尊的和尚从中原地区游历到此地，然后当他看到三威山对面这座山的整座山呈现出金黄色的时候，就觉得仿佛那是万丈佛光，好像他感受到了佛祖的召唤。他认为这是一个非常适合修行的地方，禅修。于是呢，他就在这儿开凿了属于莫高窟的第一个洞窟。这也是史料记载的莫高窟开始修建的时间。
That was when the story of the Mogao Cave started. It started with the glow on the Sanwei Mountains. And here we are here tonight to actually observe the moon and appreciate the moon, but it's still too early, and we need somebody to show us around.
Yes, of course. I think I'm not professional enough, so 要不我们有请一位导游吧。
来吧。Let's see what we have here. Hello. This is Professor Neil Schmidt, who is a research fellow with the Dunhuang Academy.
这是我们来自敦煌研究院的史汉文教授，他做敦煌研究已经很多年了，他比很多人都了解敦煌。我觉得史汉文教授能当我们一个很好的导游了。
那史教授，我们开始之前，先请您介绍一下自己，可以吗？
好，所以我的英文名字就是 Neil Schmidt，我在敦煌研究院研究敦煌学、敦煌文化。 So my English name is Neil Schmid, and I've been here at the Dunhuang Academy researching Dunhuang studies and also Dunhuang culture.
And your Chinese very beautiful, wonderful actually.
That's good. That's impressive, in fact. And how did you get so good with Chinese? And how did you get into contact with Dunhuang? And how did you get hooked up with Dunhuang?
Okay. So the first time I came to Dunhuang was a long time ago, in 1987. And I fell in love. I fell in love with the location. I fell in love with the site, all the art. I mean, it's really a wondrous, wondrous place. And so in some ways, I guess I could say I've sort of devoted my life to it. And I've been researching Dunhuang and the Mogao caves and related phenomena for decades now.
And you have been in China for how long?
Well, this time for 4 years. So I've been at the Dunhuang Academy now for 4 years.
And in the 4 years, have you had a chance to see how the Chinese people celebrated their traditional festivals, like the Spring Festival, the Mid-Autumn Festival?
Absolutely, yeah. So I really enjoy these festivals. To me, it's all about community and bringing people together. And so I especially as a foreigner and the only Westerner in Dunhuang, these events are really special to me.
So anything especially impressive to you? Anything that you see that's entirely different from your culture?
Yeah, so it's a time, it's the harvest festival in some ways, right? So the work is done, the agricultural work is done, and people come together and celebrate the harvest and the family coming together.
Okay, so family reunion is a major part of any traditional festival here in this country, and in fact in many cultures as well. A family reunion obviously is a huge part. It's like when it's the Mid-Autumn Festival, people will start traveling.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, so again, in traditional China, the work would be done and people might be in different villages further away, but they'd come home. They'd come home for this festival and, importantly, eat.
Mm-hmm. And speaking of eat and food, what is it that impresses you the most with regard to the Mid-Autumn Festival?
The amount of mooncakes that are sold in China, I think.
So which one is your favorite flavor?
Oh, have you tried some?
Of course, I've tried a lot. I guess my favorite flavor is filet mignon. I'm kidding.
That's French?
I'm kidding, yeah. Yeah, it's a steak mooncake. Now, I am very traditional about my mooncake, so I like, sort of standard with the egg yolk in the middle, maybe a little sweet, not too sweet though. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Are you aware of the stories and legends pertaining to the Mid-Autumn Festival?
And the icons?
Well, of course, there's, the mooncakes themselves represent the moon. They represent a kind of harmony. The concept of round, of course, means perfect or harmonious in China. And it's also representative of the moon and the moon goddess, Chang'e.
With regard to Chang'e, have you happened to learn about her story? I mean, it's a tragic but still beautiful story.
Right, yeah, it's a really old myth. It's quite interesting. And of course, the myth goes that she's married to this archer, Ho Yi. And at that time, there were 10 sons. It was very hot. And he shoots down 9 of the 10 sons, so there's only 1. And for that, he was rewarded with the elixir of immortality.
Yeah, so tempting. He was rewarded 2 pills of the so-called elixirs, the pills of immortality.
Right.
And from here on, there were 2 versions, at least according to what I've heard. There are 2 versions. One version has Chang'e being greedy. She swallowed 2 of the pills and for fear that one might not have done the job. And after swallowing 2 pills, she felt so light that she started flying until she reached the moon. That's one version of betrayal. The other version, well, in fact, it's also about betrayal. The other version had the apprentice of Ho Yi trying to steal the elixir from Chang'e while Ho Yi is away hunting. And in the struggle to prevent the pills from falling into the hands of the apprentice, the evil apprentice, Chang'e swallowed 2 of the pills, resulting in her becoming too light and ethereal that she will ascend to the moon, forever lonely and missing her hunter hero husband.
Oh, that's
exactly.
a little bit tragic.
It's tragic. It's also romantic, though, right?
Yes.
Well, it's also interesting because, of course, China's lunar program is named after Chang'e. Right? So,
again, it represents our aspiration, our dream about going to the moon.
我觉得史汉文老师不仅是一个敦煌通，也应该是一个中国通。那您作为一个研究敦煌的专家，我其实，在游历敦煌的时候，也发现了这一张非常有趣的图片，它是咱们壁画的一处细节哈。我觉得他们好像是在赏月，但是 it may not be true. But can you tell us about this mural? Where can you find this mural? In which cave?
Sure. Yeah, so this is interesting because it's an image of the moon, in fact, and the man in white is pointing to it. And this is from Cave 103, but it's actually not of the Mid-Autumn Festival.
No?
But it is of the moon.
You can see the moon here.
Yes.
Well, the moon is very, very important in Chinese culture, of course. And so in this case, the moon is a timing device. So it's during the full moon every month that you're meant to read the scripture that, in fact, this large mural represents. And if you look very closely inside, there's the text, there's the scripture that they're meant to be praising and also reciting for their ancestors, for their family.
And this picture is from which dynasty, what age?
So it's Hai Tang, so it's around the 7th century, 7th, 8th century.
What does the coloring of the image tell you about? I mean, it certainly looks very beautiful.
Yeah, I mean, so it's interesting because we have early examples of landscape painting at Dunhuang that uses the same types of color. And this is one of the amazing things about Dunhuang and the Mogao caves is that there's so much preserved in the caves that it really gives us a sense of art history in China, and in many cases the only examples left of certain styles and motifs and iconography.
那所以他们其实不是在赏月。那 does it still tell us something about people from Tang Dynasty, their admiration towards the moon?
Well, the moon is, it's this kind of timing device, and it's fascinating because in traditional China there were two calendars. There was the solar calendar, and there was also the lunar calendar. And Chinese people love balance and they love harmony. And so one represents yin and the other represents yang. And so these things are always in balance and always changing, and the moon is a symbol of that.
So when the moon is in its full swing, when it's in its fullest, it's supposed to show that the yin is in its strongest, and you have to do the time-appropriate things like praying to a stupa for a certain good omen.
Yeah. And of course, death is associated with yin, and so this is why on this particular day every month you would do this particular ritual.
我们中国古代人的那个想象是非常丰富的。我们会想象月亮上有一个宫殿，然后宫殿里还住着一些生命，比如说蟾蜍、金蝉，还有玉兔。这些在我们的敦煌壁画当中也都是有描绘到的。
还有一棵树呢。I imagine when I was a child, my mother would tell me that there's a tree up there in the moon, and I would stare and stare and stare, but I couldn't tell where the tree is. Until now, I believe in Cave 35, we have an image that can tell us where the moon can be found. This, in fact, is a picture of the 11th phase Avalokiteshvara.
这就是我们在35窟里面看到的那幅壁画了。
Neil, can you tell us something about the image here, the 11th phase Avalokiteshvara, or in Chinese, 十一面观音? What is the meaning of this picture?
Well, so it's a image of Avalokiteshvara or Guanyin, which is actually quite large and very central in the cave. And it's an esoteric deity, and that means in Chinese you'd say mi jiao, right? So it's a sort of secret teachings. And when we get these images like this with multiple armed or multiple head deities, these are always esoteric. But what's really fascinating is that, of course, we see a sun and a moon.
Oh.
Yeah, we can see there's a sun in the one palm and there's a moon on the other palm. What does that mean here?
Well, that's a great question. Of course, this goes back to the notion of balance and harmony that is so central to Chinese culture. And these are motifs, Chinese motifs that we see in the sun and the moon. But here it also represents the cosmos, right? The spinning of the cosmos, the sun and moon together are the brightest luminaries in the sky, and it symbolizes the heavens.
Can we zoom in on the palm on the moon here, and let's find out where the tree and the toad and the rabbit is?
Well, so this is great because we see both the rabbit and also the frog and the tree. And the rabbit is making drugs. He's making the elixir of life. And we have the frog as well and the tree. And so we have these are the basic symbols that come together.
So finally, I see where the tree is. I mean, even though my mom kept telling me there's a tree, now I see there's a tree. And Neil, do you have any explanation as to why here in China we imagine things on the moon? Why do we see the rabbit, the toad, and the tree up there in the moon?
Yeah, well, that's a great question, and it really has to do with the human imagination and the ability to find shapes and the propensity to find shapes in objects, try to find patterns in things that are a little vague or maybe abstract. And so this is a great example we see on the screen of two different visions in a way.
So I see the Chinese vision, the toad and the rabbit. What's the other example here?
The other example is below, and that's what we typically see in the West, the man in the moon. And both these are examples of pareidolia, this phenomena, this mental phenomena. But we see the same object. Yeah, exactly. And we see something, but very different patterns.
Okay. So even though we are looking at the same thing, we actually see things, we actually imagine different things. So the next time you find yourself about to disagree with somebody, remember, they may not be wrong. They just have a different perspective.
对，我们看到的是同一个月亮，但是故事是不同的版本。我们中国古代的词人呢，他们在吟诗作词的时候，其实也很浪漫的。他们经常都以玉兔来代表月亮。比如说，南宋的词人辛弃疾就在他的词《满江红·中秋》里面有这么一句：“登楼着意登楼沾玉兔。”这个玉兔呢，就是象征着月亮的。然后我们古人是这样的浪漫，我们现代的中国人其实也是继承了这样的浪漫的。比如说，我国自主研发的第一辆登上月球的月球车，无人驾驶的月球车，它的名字就叫做玉兔号。
I believe we just found the origin of our moon rover, where the name comes from, U2 and U22. Do I see a rabbit in the studio?
I think so.
Yes, I don't want to step on it.
It's right beneath your foot, Neil.
Can you count how many years does it have?
Oh, that famous question, huh? You just asked me before the show.
Right.
So how many years does one rabbit have? And that's 2 for sure.
所以来明，3只兔子有几只耳朵
？6只。
Don't be so sure.
No?
Let's ask Neil, because I heard there is a part of the mural painting from Cave 407, which can reveal the answer.
Yeah, so this is a really magical image. There are 3 magical rabbits, and this motif, this design, is set in the very center of the ceiling in what's a kind of ceiling well. If we would look up at the ceiling of certain caves, we'd find this sort of caojing, or this well, as it's called. And in the center, there are different motifs, but in this case, it's the 3 rabbits. So if we look very closely, we can get an answer to your question.
我们把它放大一下，看一看这个，再仔细看一下这3只兔子的样子。
Let's zoom in and look at the detail of this pattern. So Neil said this image should shed some light on the answer of our question. How many ears do 3 rabbits have? Let me count. No way! There are 3 ears only. Neil, how's that possible?
Yeah. Well, that's the cleverness of this design. Here we only have 3, and of course that's the magic of this image, because the rabbits are linked via their ears. So it looks like that each has 2, but in fact there are only 3 ears among 3 rabbits.
Why do you think people would design the pattern like that? Why do the 3 rabbits will have to share 3 ears?
Well, it's clever, first of all, because you can ask that question that may seem obvious, but in fact gets a very different answer. But it also probably has to do with some of the meaning behind these 3 rabbits in this motif.
What is the meaning behind the motif here?
Well, that's a good question. There are several theories, but because this motif is placed inside a lotus, the lotus has very special significance in Buddhism. It has to do with rebirth. And so because this motif is placed in the lotus, it's probably connected to rebirth and regeneration.
And I was told that you don't just find the pattern of 3 hairs only in Dunhuang, although you may find the earliest of the patterns here in Dunhuang. But you can find the same or similar pattern somewhere else in different parts of the world.
Yep, that's right. And so we know that the earliest examples of this pattern actually come from China. And they travel across Eurasia and just a few hundred years later end up in Britain, in England. And so we have this very same pattern inside churches. So there's clearly a sacred element to these.
But there is one thing we can be sure, and that is the fact that it is being found almost, I wouldn't say almost everywhere, but many parts of the Eurasian continent means that it is an indication of the cultural exchanges and integration that we have seen on this planet, on this continent, for at least 1,000 years. Is that true?
Yes, that's true.
我还听到过一种说法，就是这3只兔子，你看它们都是朝着同一个方向转的，但是永远都达不到彼此，追不到彼此，所以呢，它们代表是前世、今生和来世，这是一种说法。
So all in one. I mean, they're trying to catch each other, but when they're moving, they're still moving in a circle. You're still the same rabbit.
And you know, another way we could look at it is just like the moon. You know, we have something, an object or a phenomena, and in the case of the Mogao caves, it could represent something like the Buddhas of the 3 ages, right? The past, present, and future. In the Christian context, it could represent the Trinity, the Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit. So again, it's the same object, but very different interpretations.
但至少我们找到了我们问题的答案。我们的正确答案是
3只。
3只。
Thank you so much, Professor Neil Schmidt, for enlightening us.
Thank you for your enlightening conversation, and we learned a lot.
Yeah. Okay,
thank
you so much. It was a pleasure being here. Thank you very much.
Happy Mid-Autumn Festival to you.
中秋节快乐。
Okay. Bye bye.
Bye
bye. 其实除了月亮呢，我们今天晚上的特别节目还为大家带来了一种可以共赏的艺术表演。
这个也跟月亮有关。前2天我去采访了中央民族乐团的唐团长，他给我们带来了一首2胡名曲《月圆曲》。
Wait, 2胡?
Yes.
I got to learn that 2胡 was actually originated from one of the ethnic groups in northern China.
Okay.
From about 1,000 years ago, and that is the Tang Dynasty.
Sure.
I was wondering if there is any mural painting of this musical instrument from Mogao Caves.
You will know the answer later in the show. For now, it's time for Melody of the Full Moon. This is a song created by composer Huang Jingpei in the 1950s, combining elements of the Guangdong local music and the Western dance music of waltz. Please enjoy.
好的，我们一起来欣赏一下。
Hey guys, it's me, Lai Ming again. I'm currently at China National Traditional Orchestra. Right now, sitting in front of me is Mr. Tang Feng, Deputy Director of the orchestra, who will perform 月圆曲, Melody of the Full Moon or Waltz of the Moon for us to get us into the right mood for the night. 唐峰老师，您好，特别荣幸能够邀请您参加我们今天的这个特别的活动。然后您今天是要给我们表演月圆曲。
是的，
对，它就有好几种理解的方式，要么是月圆曲，或者说月之圆舞曲，是吧？但不管怎样，它都是跟月亮有关的。您接下来这个音乐在表演的时候，我们要注意一些，听什么东西才能听到这个月的元素呢？
这个月亮啊，在中国这个就会赋予它很多的文化的含义。 那么从诗词当中，床前明月光，或者是明月几时有，那么更多的都是一种思念，或者是人约黄昏后，月上柳梢头这种浪漫的一个，因为它皎洁的月光嘛。所以中国的乐曲当中表现月亮的时候，基本上是一种这种思念啊，或者是一种比较缓慢的旋律啊，来表现这个月亮。它不像跟太阳来相比的话，就是一个阴一个阳而已，
热烈的
如果要是太阳颂的话，就是非常热烈的。那么表现月亮的话，会是一种带有一种缓慢的思绪。这个真正的从里面听出什么月亮只要看我们大家自己的这个想象了。
明白了，1000个人有1000个哈姆莱特，
对，
有1000个月亮。
对，
让我们来听一听。
好。
心太软了，这个听到这个才知道真正的好听的湖是什么样子。
对，
谢谢您给我们这样一个机会。今天中秋节，让我们借这个机会祝屏幕前面的观众们中秋节快乐吧。
祝我们所有的朋友们中秋节是一个团圆的日子，祝大家圆圆满满，开开心心。
You're watching CGTN's Over the Moon Mid-Autumn Festival live show, and we are presenting Mid-Autumn Night in Dunhuang.
你正在收看的是 CGTN 敦煌中秋夜的特别节目。今晚的节目呢，我们还会在 CGTN、CGTN Radio 和 China Plus 等平台同步播出。
Interact with us. Answer our questions that we post on our media platforms, and you are likely to win a goodie bag from the CGTN and the Dunhuang Academy.
来宾看一看我们现在所在的这个环境位置。
Wow! I see we move on to one of the caves in Dunhuang.
这就是大名鼎鼎的285窟了。那现在呢，我们也有请到了一位来自敦煌研究院的专家，他就是研究院的副院长张元林。张院长你好。
张院长好。
主持人好，各位观众好，中秋节快乐。
我们现在是在大名鼎鼎的285窟。您也是敦煌研究院研究这个窟的专家了，那能跟我们解说一下这个窟它有什么特点吗？它为什么这么有名
？285窟呢，它是在窟区的南区的崖面的中层崖面位置呢，可以在当时来说呢，也是处于黄金地段那位置非常的理想这个285窟呢，它之所以这么有名呢，因为它本身具备它独有的几个特点，可以说是3大特点吧。首先呢，它这个洞窟呢是莫高窟或敦煌石窟中最早有确切开窟纪年的洞窟在这个洞窟北壁的有7幅说法图，每幅说法图下面有发愿文，发愿文中我们至今可以看到呢大代大伟大同4年，大代大伟大同5年就是今天公元年号的 公元538年、539年明确的纪年啊。这就为我们对这个洞窟整个敦煌北朝石窟的分期断代呢，在考古学意义上呢，它就有一个标杆的作用、标尺的作用啊。那么第二个特点呢，就是它这个洞窟呢，我们看看它空间结构呢很有特点，它主体是一个平面呈方形的覆斗顶形窟，那么它在南北壁呢又开了4个小长窟，方形的覆斗顶形的我们讲堂窟和长窟的这个2种不同的窟形呢，它糅合在一起，这就让我们对这个洞窟的这个演变，窟形建筑的演变的历史呢，有一个更形象的一个直观的一个样板。另外，我们可以通过这些窟形的糅合呢，对洞窟的功能的宗教功能的认识呢，也有一个更好的一个案例。那么第3个呢，就是它这个融汇多元的壁画内容和艺术风格，体现出融汇多元特色啊。那么一方面呢，它洞窟的北壁的这7部说法图供养人，既有中国人，也有中亚人啊，像中亚的粟特人，还有中亚的亚达人。那么洞窟的内容题材上呢，既有佛教的，也有源自中国传统神话题材的，还有最早源自印度教的甚至中亚的索罗亚斯德教的这些神灵，那么都在汇聚在这个洞窟中。它的画风中呢，既有中原的画风，也有西域画风，还有南朝的画风，所以说这个洞窟可以融汇中西成一窟是一个集中体现。
那今天我们其实到285窟的原因来呢，就是因为我们之前在网上已经向大家抛出了一个问题，说285窟问285窟有几位月神。那么张院长，那您就带我们去找一找这个285窟里面的月神吧。
我们现在看到的这幅画面呢，这是绘在285窟窟顶东批的这个神灵在285窟的窟顶的东批，就我们它这个窟顶呢，它就像个我们乘凉式的那个斗的朝下的覆斗翻过来的朝下的，然后它有4面坡那么我们要叫坡面，也叫批面，那么我们一般叫它根据它的这个方位呢，我们就东批、南批、西批、北批。那么这个呢，就绘在窟顶的东批，也就是门的上方的那一个窟顶的坡面上。那么这也是就是中国传统的这个人文始祖中国传统神话中的人文始祖伏羲女娲，也就是中国传统的神话中的日神和月神的形象。我们看到
So this picture is found in the upper eastern top of the cave 285. Let's wonder, what role does it play in the grand scheme of this cave?
这个问题很有意思。其实对于这个为什么画在东批呢，这个学术界呢一直有不同的看法，可以说是众说纷纭。那么但是有一个基本点，就是我们知道日出东方伏羲女娲中的伏羲是代表中国的日神，女娲呢代表月神。那么这个画呢，伏羲女娲中间呢画了一个莲花，莲花是这个摩尼宝珠。我们知道在佛教中的摩尼宝珠象征着光明那么光明来自什么呢？在任何一个文明形态的它的神话传说中，作为母体出于对这个太阳的崇拜，那么所以光明来自太阳，所以呢这个日出东方，那么这个画在东面呢，它具有它的这个跟日神崇拜、对光明的崇拜的这个最本源的这个创意在里面。
Earlier, we posed a question on social media as to how many gods of the moon can we find in Cave 285. One of the gods of the moon, and being the one being from China called Nuwa. I wonder how many more gods of the moon can be found in the same cave. 张院长，我们之前在网上呢也是向网友征集了一个问题，就是说我们在285窟里面能够找到几位月神？这个问题您能帮我们解答一下吗？刚才我们发现，就是至少是有一位我们东方的女娲，相当于我们的月亮神是在这里面。这个问题既然我们抛出来了，说明它肯定是不止一个月神吧？
应该有2位月神，而且还是东西方的不同文化中的月神。除了我们前面的东批的这个 中国的传统神话中的东方的乐声，还有来自西方的啊，甚至我们可以追溯到古代的遥远的地中海周边文明中的乐声。
那我们现在看到的这一出壁画细节，应该就是描述的您说的是西方神话当中的乐神，对吧？它能跟我们描述一下它大概是什么样的一个形状？我们这两位哪位是乐神，哪一位是您说的是太阳神？
我们看到靠近我这一侧的这个画面中呢，它上面是有个圆龙啊，白色的圆龙中间呢有一位神祇呢头戴宝冠呢，坐在一个车里面。这个车呢是有4匹马4匹马拉的，但是这4匹马是连连相背，向着完全不同的方向。那么这就是日神在这个圆龙之神的圆龙下面呢，我们还可以看到有凤鸟拉的这个日车，日车上有2身武士，一身呢2个手上举，好像在拖的这个上方的日龙另一身武士呢手里拿的一个盾牌，人面盾牌呢在驾的这个日车。那么这个呢就构成了一个完整的日神的图像。这个上方的日龙中的这个有4匹马连连相背向着不同的方向拉的日车的这个图像呢，我们不仅在敦煌石窟可以看到，我们在向西，我们在新疆的科兹尔石窟可以看到，再翻过了丛林，我们可以在印度本土印度教的太阳神苏利叶的雕刻中我们可以看到。然后呢，我们在阿富汗的巴米扬石窟我们也可以看到。再向北呢，我们在阿富汗向西呢，我们在地中海文明古希腊的太阳神赫利奥斯或者阿波罗的这个日车上都可以看到类似的这个太阳神形象。而下面这个有凤鸟拉的呢，我们知道那个凤凰在中国传统文化中它是太阳的象征，那么这就是中国的有凤鸟拉的日车和西来的这个做的4匹马拉的这个车的这个图像呢，这2个图像元素呢整合起来，中西合并呢，就完全构成了一个日神的图像这个我们可以看到。在它另一侧的图像呢，我们看到这个圆龙呢已经被熏黑了，但是我们在放大的图片上可以看到呢它其实这个圆龙中的这个神祇呢，它的车呢是有4只天鹅拉的，这4只天鹅呢也是连连相背向着不同的方向。那这就是月龙相对另一张图片的日龙，它月龙就是月神。那么同样在这个月龙下方呢，也有2身武士那个姿势呢基本同这个日神下方的武士一样的他们站在有这个3只狮子拉的这个月车上这个后面一身武士呢双手托的这个月龙前面一身武士呢也拿这个盾牌呢在护卫在驾驭这个车。那么这样上下图像呢也构成了一个完整的这个乐神的图像。所以
乐神这边也吸收了中西方的元素吗？
这乐神这边呢，它这个下面拉的这个狮子这个车呢很有意思。我们在印度呢，在印度本土看不到这样，因为在这个从图像的这个传播来看呢，最早阴性神或者女生跟狮子作为坐骑呢，其实在古巴比伦文化、西亚文化中就已经存在了。后来呢我们可以在古典的这个希腊文化中，像希腊的城邦守护女神西巴拉或者库巴拉女神呢，她的车呢就是有狮子拉的。那么我们看到呢，就是应该是西亚文化影响的古地中海，然后的那个希腊文化，然后又随着这个可能一般学者认为希腊文化的回流，像亚历山大东征之后的整个西亚中亚地区200多年的希腊化的进程，又把这些东西呢又回流跟坐在天鹅这个背上的这种地中海文明中这个特有的图像结合起来。所以呢，这个图像它融合了我们看到中国的这个印度的那个西亚的地中海周边的这些日月神的图像元素
So in this simple picture of the gods of the sun and the god of the moon, we see integration of both Chinese, Middle Eastern, South Asian, and even European culture together mixing in the one image. So that's sort of the charm of Dunhuang as we see it today.
它也再次证明了敦煌和莫高窟，它就是连接中国和当时的 欧亚大陆的一个重要的交通要道和重要的交汇点。这里有不同的民族、国家还有文化的一些元素的汇合。
So it's like a huge party at the Dunhuang Mogao Caves. Guards from different cultures that come to the same big party housed in Dunhuang, but they have their own distinctive features being portrayed in these murals and architecture. I guess that's one of the charms of Dunhuang. You gotta spend some time there, gotta pay a visit.
所以我们这个问题的答案也揭晓了，在大名鼎鼎的285窟里面有几位月神？答案是2位。你回答对了吗
？Moving on, Huang Rui, when do I get to see Chang'e in Dunhuang?
不要着急，我觉得今天晚上嫦娥一定很忙。我刚才已经跟他联系过了，他一定在来的路上了。我们现在还是跟着张院长来看一看另外一位菩萨吧。他是来自384窟的月光菩萨，对不对，张院长？
我们现在看到的这一是骑着5只天鹅的坐在5只天鹅背上的这个月神呢，他是这个敦煌的中唐时期，公元781到公元848年之间这个阶段开凿这个洞窟中我们编号叫384窟的这个南壁所绘的不空卷所密教的不空卷所观音经变里面的月光菩萨的图像，他坐在5只天鹅背上，中间的一只天鹅呢是面向观者，旁边的四只呢连也是向着不同的方向，在他们的背上呢，这个月光菩萨呢身披飘带头戴宝冠呢，端坐在这个天鹅背上。那么这一身形象呢，它就从审美的角度呢，表现出这个敦煌这个艺术中的这种通过这个线描造型飘带呢，衬托这个天神的这种飘飘欲仙的这种身姿，同时呢，它的这个鹅呢，坐在鹅背上呢，我们知道鹅跟月神这种这个关系非常密切，因为鹅呢，它代表的这种生育繁殖力很强，那么我们知道月神跟这个阴性女神这个生育有关系，那么它坐在这个天鹅背上呢，就把它对这个月相对生育的这些崇拜呢，都融含其中了。
那么这5只鹅这个数量5，它代表什么特殊的意义吗？它为什么不是1只、2只或者3只呢？
这个呢，就我们知道这个佛教里头，它圣造7即佛陀，就是佛教里头呢，之宗的呢，我们都看到1357就是以计数以单数作为一个它宗崇的一个，那么这可能它就是本身呢，它是作为一个佛教的一个神灵，那么它可能就有它的这个宗教的这个土壤跟中国的我们传统文化一边与偶数还是有一点不一样，但是呢，代表至高的时候，中国也是一言九鼎，也是一个奇数，所以这个看来是它这个奇数的那么表现它这种文化上的一种含义。
And we can see he is riding on 5 geese, and in symbolism, geese means mild temperament, and also is an indication of fecundity, and therefore whoever that's worshipping this bodhisattva of the moonlight will be expecting plenty of offspring, and so the wish.
所以这位菩萨他应该是坐在月轮当中，然后骑着5只鹅。那这样一个形象，它是不是也可以在其他国家或者是宗教里面，有这样的一个相似的形象？
在其他宗教中，因为我刚才提到了这个月亮，它从这个阴阳的这个角度，它代表这种阴性，更多的跟女性或者是跟女生这个有关系。而我们看到的，早在遥远的古巴比伦、古埃及或者古希腊文化中呢，这个女生呢，她就经常骑的天鹅，像那个古巴比伦神的这个黑暗之神，那个古代的这个古希腊文明中的美神阿弗罗狄特，还有这个早在那古典希腊之前的那个大地之母，就克里特岛米诺斯文化中的大地之母呢，都是坐在这个鹅背上。所以这我们看这个女神或阴性神跟天鹅的这种结缘图像传统呢，非常的悠久。
所谓艺术来源于生活嘛，我们刚刚看到了这一位月光菩萨，他的形象其实也和当时建造这个洞窟的人们的形象，我觉得也是密切相关的。那么我们看过了285窟里面的中国古代神话当中的月神，还有西方神话里的月神，还有咱们这个384窟里面的月光菩萨。那我们有一个问题，来明，你是不是也很想知道？
敦煌里面有嫦娥嘛？Can we find the female character that we believe to be residing on the moon according to Chinese fables? I'm referring to 嫦娥, the goddess of the moon, in Chinese legends.
对，因为嫦娥也是我们过中秋节立马就会在脑子里面出现的一个人物或者是形象。那我们的敦煌壁画里面有嫦娥吗？
好像我看到一幅图片在这里。
是的，这个我们在敦煌壁画的那个月亮，就是描绘的月亮中也发现了这个嫦娥的形象。我们现在画面看到这幅图呢，就是描绘在莫高窟第61窟，它是五代时期开凿这个洞窟，在它的西壁呢，我们看到大幅的这个14.5米的这个五台山图，在这个五台山图的画面的最上端两个角，那么我们会看到这个分别会有那个日龙和月龙日龙中呢是一个太阳鸟，月龙中呢我们会看到有玉树，中间画的玉树，在它的玉树的一边呢画的蟾蜍，一边呢画了一身头戴高冠的女性人物形象。那么毫无疑问，月龙中画的这一身女性人物形象呢，它应该就是我们中国传统神话中那个凄美的传说故事嫦娥投不死之遥到月宫中的这个传说，它就是代表着嫦娥。
那这一位嫦娥跟我们平时看到的那一位绝世美女衣裳仙子的形象很不一样，她好像有烧下巴，
好像伙食挺好的样子。
这个洞窟它是一个敦煌当时那个曹氏家族，就是当地的最高的这个统治阶层，他这个享贵家族开拓的一个家族的供养窟，所以这面的女性人物供养人形象呢，我们在洞窟里看到呢都是仪态端庄、身材丰腴一副贵妇的形象，所以她肯定嫦娥也就没像看到舒广秀那样清秀的，而是以这个现实生活中的这些贵族妇女作为 model 来绘在这个月龙中了。
我看一下我的理解是不是正确？因为这个敦煌的洞窟都是很多世家大族来赞助来修建的，所以有可能艺术家或者是工匠在塑造这些形象的时候就已经参考了可能世家大族中的一些女眷，尤其是这个嫦娥的这个形象，可以这样理解吗？
可以的是这样的。
那也就是说，这其实是敦煌的价值之一，就是通过研究这些壁画，研究这些艺术品，我们能够稍稍了解一下中国古人的一些生活状态。因为实际上，你如果研究中国历史的话，其实24史可能都是一些著名人物，可能是王公大臣、帝王将相的一些历史。你在这些书里面可以了解到中国历史的大致走向，但是可能很难了解到中国普通百姓的生活状态。但是在敦煌情况就不一样了，对吧？
是这样。它不仅有王公大臣、贵族，还有贩夫走卒，有一般的世俗，还有出家僧人，就是它是一个社会各个阶层它就宗教信仰的一个这个综合反应
Deputy Director Zhang Yuanli just described to us how he found presumably the first Chang'e image at Dunhuang, and which is interesting because the image of Chang'e that we are looking at right now is quite different from what we normally assume of this female image, of this female character, which is supposed to be of a godly nature, which is supposed to be 不食人间烟火, which is supposed to be different in terms of the diet, and therefore would have a entirely different image. This one we are looking at is slightly more chubby, and Deputy Director Zhang Yuanli just explained to us that perhaps in creating this image, the craftsmen, the artists, were actually taking after the image of certain female relatives of the sponsors who paid for the cave, and therefore, and because of this habit of living up to the reality and portraying the reality of people's life back in the days, Dunhuang gave us an opportunity to take a glimpse into the real life of people living throughout the years from the 4th to the 14th century in Dunhuang and throughout China.
Right, this figure of Chang'e is just one of us, but she's from thousands of years ago. So, 那我们之前在网上向全球网友提出的一个问题，它的答案也可以揭晓了。在我们敦煌莫高窟，唯一会有嫦娥的一个月轮的形象，它在哪个窟？答案是
61窟 Cave 61。
好的，你答对了吗？
You're watching CGTN's Over the Moon Mid-Autumn Festival live show. The night is getting late in Dunhuang and it's almost time to appreciate the moon here. And I see we found a good spot, Huang Rui.
是的，在我们身后就是鸣沙山月牙泉了。It's the sea sand mountain and the crescent spring.
Well, it's so beautiful. Just the right spot to be romantic and sentimental.
是的。我也在想哈，在2000年的历史当中，那么敦煌和莫高窟作为一个汇聚了来自不同国家、民族和宗教背景的这么一个地方，有很多高僧大德、文人墨客，还有做商货贸易的人也汇聚在这儿。那他们会不会在过中秋节的这一天，也举头望明月，低头思故乡呢？
You know what? Song Dynasty poet Su Shi wrote about precisely this sentiment. He was missing his brother, with whom he parted for 7 years, and he wrote down this poem hoping for a good family reunion.
明月千里寄相思，让我们跟随中国古人的诗词去共情这一份思念吧。How long will the full moon appear? Wine cup in hand, I ask the sky. I don't know what time of the year. Would it be tonight in the palace as high? Riding the wind, there I would fly. Yet I'm afraid the crystalline palace would be too high and cold for me. I rise and dance, with the shadow I play. On high as on earth, would be so as gay. The moon goes around the mansion's red, through gold-draped window soft, to shed her light upon the sleepless bed. Why then, when people part, is it oft full and bright? Men have sorrow and joy, the part or meet again. The moon is bright or dim, and she may wax or wane. There has been nothing perfect since the olden days. So, let us wish that man will live long as he can. Though miles apart, will share the beauty she displays.
Wait a minute, this girl in the short video memorizing and reciting the poem from Song Dynasty, she looks so familiar.
Guess who she is?
It must be you.
Of course, it is me. Who else can it be?
How did you feel reciting that poem in that background in Dunhuang?
其实当时站在明月阁上朗诵这首诗的时候，我的心中还有其他的很多的诗意，因为我们中国古时很多诗人也是把月亮和中秋节联系在一起的，也在今天的这一天抒发他们的思乡和思念故人的一些感情。比如说，我会想到露从今夜白，月是故乡明。
So there's plenty of poems that ancient Chinese people, literature people, have written about the moon to express their feelings about history, about their family, and so it's always fraught with emotions.
我还想到了这样一首歌， 明月几时有？
把酒问青天。
你看你也会唱，对不对？
Yes, this is exactly the same lyric as the one you've just shared, only in Chinese. It's a popular song these days. It was a popular song back in Song Dynasty when it was first written.
其实我们中国古代的诗词，它就是跟音乐分不开的，特别是宋词和元曲。
Right, so in ancient China, music was pretty much a part of poetry. It was such a huge part in Chinese culture that in Zhou Dynasty, the court assigned officials to the grassroots to try and collect folk songs just so they get to know what was in the mind of the average people and what was their thinking. So it's still called 采风 nowadays.
来明，你再看一看，我们现在又回到了鼎鼎大名的285窟。
Yes, magnificent.
其实，在这个285窟里面，也有很多场景和壁画的细节，它就是描述音乐的。你看我们这个壁画的顶部有好多飞天，他们都手拿着古代的乐器。
这提醒我哈，我想起来，中国哲学家宗白华曾经说过一句话：敦煌的意境、艺术境界是音乐的。是以音乐舞蹈为基本情调的，我认为它其实挺能概括我们到目前为止能够看到的敦煌的各种意象，但是当然我们这里也不是专家，我们觉得还是把专家请回来帮我们来更好的解读这一段话。
有请我们敦煌研究院的副院长张元林。张院长，
你好。
主持人好，各位观众好。
刚才我们想引用中国哲学家宗白华的这句说法，说敦煌的意境是音乐的，是以音乐舞蹈为基本情调的。这一点我们在敦煌能够找到实际的例证吗？或者具体而言，在敦煌285窟能够找到相应的证据吗？
我也很欣赏宗白华先生这句话。我觉得呢，宗白华先生讲出了一个敦煌审美文化的一个很大的一个特色，就是它的音乐性。那么这一点呢，我们在285窟也可以看到非常生动的这个图像例证。像主持人身后，我们这个285窟南壁我们看到这个南壁上头有一排的12声音乐飞天，他们手里拿的琵琶、阮箜篌就弹奏着各种乐器。那么在这个洞窟的西壁的康眉上，我们还可以看到许多花生，从莲花出来的花生童子，也是弹奏着各类乐器。可以说285窟从这个角度讲，也是一个音乐的一个洞窟。
那其实，在我们的敦煌壁画当中，有不少的这样的音乐场景。那在比较典型的一种场景是什么样的呢？是乐队吗？还是独奏？还是合奏？我们看到了一幅壁画的细节。
我们看到这幅壁画呢是敦煌儒乐文化的很经典性的场景，它就是绘于中唐时期的这个112窟南壁阿弥陀净土变的这个中的乐舞场景。那么我们看到正中呢是舞伎呢舞者呢，他正在反弹琵琶琵琶呢反指身后呢在编舞边跳，在它的两侧呢各有3声，我们就乐师呢手中拿着不同的这个乐器，我们的净土世界叫做乐伎，这单立人支持的这乐不是那个伎乐那么音乐伎乐、舞蹈伎乐呢，他们就是合在一起呢，就是我们可以看到呢，它有打击乐鼓，有唐拨乐、弦、箜篌和阮，还有吹奏乐，像横笛，那么那个以及那个就是我们看最前面那一声的拍板。所以说呢，就是现代音乐的这就乐器的这3大类呢，我们在敦煌壁画上都可以看到。
我们前面在看各种各样的菩萨，尤其是东西方乐神的时候，我们能感受到在敦煌这个位置会有各方面的文化元素的一个融合。那在音乐这方面，我们也能看到这方面的表现吗？
是的，像我们看到这个画面中呢，我们就看到一侧的那个乐师呢弹的这个箜篌，我们知道箜篌它就是传自西域，它是一个外来乐曲，我们知道它有抒情之说，这也是外来的。我们中国传统的阮也在这个壁画中可以看到，所以它是中西合璧乐器合璧的。
在敦煌比较典型的乐器是什么？最具代表性的是什么？出现最多的？
最具代表性的一个是琵琶，一个是箜篌，一个就是笛啊，横笛、竖笛。我个人觉得这3种呢，可以是敦煌乐器的代表性的乐，当然还有其他的一些乐器。
那还有一个问题，我们看到这个乐队的这个照片哈，其实我觉得有点超现实主义。就如果你问专业的音乐家，他会觉得说反弹琵琶这种事情是绝对不可能的。那么从这个角度来看，我是不是能够看出敦煌壁画，不管是在描绘音乐也好，描绘其他场景也好，它是充满想象力的，这能概括为敦煌的做艺术品的一个代表性嘛，一个特点嘛？
可以从这个艺术的特征和符号来说，它这种反弹琵琶呢，它的确就跟敦煌飞天一样，它是敦煌艺术呢大胆想象、创新的一个表现体现。但是呢，现代的那个舞蹈家们呢，也尝试呢让它这种想象呢变为现实。那么就前2年呢，北京舞蹈学院的10名教授，他们团队呢，他就把这个反弹琵琶边舞边弹呢就弹响了。我也看了这个视频当然这看起来它也有一定的可能，当时画师在创作这个形象的时候，它有一定的生活源泉。
所以并不是完全天马行空的想象，其实还是基于一定的现实。我们的艺术家居然能够在21世纪实现反弹琵琶这样一个现象，那实在是很令人惊叹的。
那谢谢张院长，我们今天也学到了很多。我们看了敦煌壁画当中的乐器，然后呢，也去欣赏了我们中国古代神话和西方神话当中的乐神。
张院长今天蒙您指教，实在是受益匪浅。谢谢您今天参加我们的特别节目。
谢谢主持人，谢谢观众也祝大家中秋快乐，双节快乐，再见。
张院长，拜拜。
So Huang Rui, we talked in depth about how music instruments, how music and dance were featured in the images of Dunhuang, but we've never been able to know exactly how they sound, these instruments in Dunhuang. Guess what? We managed to get an idea of what it sounds. Just a few days ago, I was able to interview Mr. Tang Feng, Deputy Director of the China National Traditional Orchestra. And you know what they did?
不知道，你告诉我们吧。
A few years ago, they worked with the Dunhuang Academy and a factory in Shanghai to reproduce or replicate some of the instruments featured in Dunhuang. And they managed to do it so well that they staged a huge performance using the instruments they reproduced.
好的，我们一起来欣赏一下。
The China National Traditional Orchestra also has a story to tell about Dunhuang. A few years ago, they took part in a mission to replicate some instruments featured on the murals of Dunhuang, and later, with much success, they staged performances using these instruments. And today, Deputy Director Tang Feng and Art Director Xiaowen Li are here to walk us through the process and also demonstrate some of the instruments featured and they managed to replicate.
这个叫曲卷二胡。
曲卷，
顾名思义它的形制呢是在敦煌的叫姊妹窟，是甘肃瓜州的榆林的石窟的第10窟。有这个
榆林窟。
榆林窟有这个形制。
那正好想问您一个问题，就是当时咱们是为什么想到去复制敦煌的乐器呢？
那这说来话长啊。这个原来的敦煌研究院有一些文物的爱好者，还有一些音乐的一些爱好者在这边做研究，想把这种看到美轮美奂的敦煌壁画上的乐器能够复原出来。我们今天来演奏，几代人的夙愿，因为各种原因吧，一直没有实现。到我们乐团那年是创作印象国乐的一个
2012年
，12年开始，
那么早？
对，那么正好呢，跟那个敦煌研究院，然后上海民族乐器一厂，然后这是乐器制作方，这是资料提供方，整个包括，然后我们呢是实用方、演奏方，三方呢缺一不可， 进行了3方的一个合作啊，想尽办法呢，把里边一些比较特色的乐器给复原出来。
中央民族乐团相当于在这里面确保我们选的这些乐器最后做出来是能够用的，
还是有实用价值的啊！不光是一个画，不光是一个文物，还是有实用价值的。
这个叫细腰鼓，
细腰鼓
，slim waist drum。细腰鼓是表示说它腰很细嘛，还是说
像女士一样腰很细？
其实上就是按照常识来说，就是腰鼓嘛。腰鼓其实就是我们现在中国人来说，腰鼓是因为它的演奏法就是挂在腰间演奏，所以叫腰鼓。但是其实上这个是一个非常晚近才这么说。在古代的时候，就是在唐朝的时候。它就是因为它的这个乐器的形制而得称的，
不是挂在腰上，
叫管手细腰，也就是说它是拥有现在说的小蛮腰，所以它就是叫细腰鼓。
鼓啊，在古代时候是乐器里面是处于一个指挥的地位，所有人都要听着
节奏是吧？
啊，节奏。那敦煌当时那个接鼓的是那个地位是在，
它是
乐器是最高的。
对，就是属于统领的地位，它在壁画里面的位置也是最重要的位置。
所以我们必须把这个也复制出来，这个很重要。这个形状很特别，
就是雁形排箫啊。
雁形排箫，我试一下翻译一下啊。Wild goose shaped flute。
这个雁的翅膀，
雁的翅膀，
这2个是雁的翅膀，双飞燕。
那它怎么表演呢？
那表演就是在这里边吹啊。
哦，就是这样吹，大型的口琴。
就这样，
理解了，
挺沉的，
很漂亮，
然后这个东西，我们学古文经常出现，这叫箜篌，
箜篌引
是吧？也很像西方的竖琴。
这个其实它是同源的，就是有一种叫里拉琴，等于是所有的这些竖琴也好，弯琴、箜篌，它们统一的祖先。那它通过就是这个丝绸之路不断的交流，所以呢传过来中国就叫箜篌了。它是反正因为当时说这个词啊，里拉琴就是非常有诗意的意思，所以它这件乐器也是一件很有诗意的乐器。
翻译的名称挺绝的，为什么叫箜篌？这个词好像挺浪漫的，不容易理解。
箜篌表示它很空灵。
我知道，
但实际上它14世纪以后就已经失传了，等于是就是现在就是在近100年内，就是箜篌在进行交流传入中国以后，它重新激活了这件乐器。我们现在又有了复制的箜篌，而且运用在我们现在乐团的舞台上。
如果它乐器已经失传了，那谁也不知道怎么弹呀。我们用就是这个东西它在。那它记忆我们是怎么复原的？是有谱可以参考吗？
其实可能是我个人认为啊，是跟竖琴，这西方的竖琴的那种演奏法，脱胎于那种，然后加上箜篌特有的那个现在的可以揉啊、引啊，还有滑弦那种，那是竖琴没有的，是中国的韵味揉。那个滑音这些，再发展更多的一个丰富的技术，
所以它的这个形制跟西方的太相似了，就是这个东西就不是说寻迹浅情，而是就显而易见的，他们是这样，所以他们的弹奏法基本上也都是。
对你外形看的话，现在别人只认为那个，如果不了解，那就是竖琴，但这跟竖琴的外形差不太多，好吧？
那我们除了这些乐器，当然这是一部分哈。除了乐器以外，我们还复原了什么东西呢？我记得之前咱们交流的时候，您提到过谱。
对，就是谱的话，其实也不是说复原，而是就是这个它是一个文化学意义上的东西。因为对于乐谱来说，就是其实是看起来就是对人类这种转瞬即逝的这种音高，用一系列就是符号去记录下来，这个本来就是一件非常伟大的事儿。所以那西方，比如说那个意大利发明了五线谱，那法国简谱，那咱们中国就有工程谱、 简字谱、24谱、绿卢谱。那么在藏经洞当中呢，就发现了那么一批敦煌乐谱。其实上，现在学者们也还没有破译它，没有统一的那个，只是说我们知道，就说西方的是用就是那个数字，比如说它5根线的音。就是不同的线来表示音高，简谱用阿拉伯数字，那我们是用文字，就包括那个敦煌谱里面，它也是汉字的一个那个简化的简字，就是最简单的那个笔画来表示，用文字来表示，所以我们经常说的谱叫谱字，不叫乐谱，叫谱字。那么，但是反正因为这个东西吧，就是也跟说中国的传统文化有关系。就说也是表现韵律，它是留白的，它可能就是没有记录节奏、速度，甚至情感，就是要让演奏者自己根据自己的感情，
是吧？对，
就是非常写意的。
演奏者再创造的那个余地更大，更加的完全就是更自由。
太棒了！但我们现在能看到的都是实实在在的乐器。这个过程中。是不是觉得还有一些比较难复制的，比如说有些遗憾？
我想中国的文化传统，包括文字，包括绘画，包括诗词，那么的辉煌，唯独音乐没有留下来的东西。但是我想，包括中国的整个的近1000年的发展啊，现在已经不是上下5000年了。那么发展音乐的发展，在周朝就已经达到72种乐器，有8音之分。那么它的音乐发展一定也达到了我们现在所了解的书画，包括诗词的高度。所以那时候有形容天籁之音，有是绕梁不绝啊，三月不知肉味这样的诗词来形容音乐。可惜我们找不到任何影响资料。那么这样的我想那时候音乐一定非常的美。
他们当时不是想着说，有一个故事说2个人谈恋爱，然后说约会，那么按照正常的约会的方法是说，今天晚上8点，我们在某某地点。那如果要是，那你猜我们古代是怎么约的？也是在这样，今天一个月圆之夜，他会说，人约黄昏后，月上柳梢头。反映的是一种中国的这种韵味的文化吧。
对，当然，社会在发展，音乐整个的器乐的制作也在发展。现在的声音肯定音量上，包括整个演奏的便利性上，一定比过去更加的便利，音量也一定更大。但是音色什么样，没有说得清楚。
是，如果说古代的音乐偏个人、偏个性的表达，那我们现在的音乐。由于有技术的帮助，我们可以传得更远，可以跟更多的人分享我们自己的意境和情绪。千百年以后，我们的后人看到中秋的圆月，能够点开我们今天的直播听一下您的演出。
对，千百年后我们的声音还能依然流传。
谢谢你，
谢谢。
you go. What a magnificent stage play performed by the artists from the China National Traditional Orchestra using the instruments reproduced based on the murals of Dunhuang.
在欣赏了今天的壁画，观看了咱们音乐演奏家们的表演之后，我觉得对我个人来说已经没有遗憾了。但是，就像我们的演奏家所说的，可能对于他们来说是一种遗憾，因为他们不知道在敦煌壁画当中的那些古乐器，在他们复制之后演奏出来的声音是不是我们今天听到的
Yeah, I can totally relate to how they feel. I mean, when Dunhuang was at its prime, it housed the images as envisioned by the people of Dunhuang more than 1,000 years ago. But due to the lack of technology, it was not able to store the music and the creation as seen and heard by the ancient people more than 1,000 years ago at Dunhuang. So it's regrettable.
但是对于今天的我们来说，是幸运的，因为我们可以运用数字技术和新媒体，复制和复原，来自敦煌莫高窟的这一种伟大的艺术，来保护世界文化遗产，让敦煌艺术可以永葆青春。
Exactly. You don't even have to be physically in Dunhuang. You can tour the place using 3D computer-generated images. And if you don't like to do that, you can close your eyes and put on a headphone and maybe listen to a story about Dunhuang.
如果你也爱上了敦煌，想讲出更多你跟敦煌的缘分的故事的话，那么就请收听由 CGTN 倾情打造的《我们为什么爱敦煌》系列播客吧。
Who started the caves? Who built and sponsored the caves? And who worked there? And what was included in the caves, and who stood in guard of the caves after so many years? You can find the answer to these questions by listening to our podcast, Why We Love Dunhuang.
相信你在听了我们的作品之后，一定会更加了解敦煌，而且更加理解那句话：
敦煌
一旦遇见，
便开始想念。And we are taking the opportunity to announce CGTN's first podcast festival and invite you to share your stories with us. There's also a special Dunhuang rendezvous unit for you to share Dunhuang stories with us.
那我们如何参与呢？
Here goes.
The Great Wall. Pipa. 功夫 Pipa.
CGTN is launching its first podcast festival.
We would like to hear your impression of Chinese culture.
If you have wonderful ideas to share.
If you have amazing stories to tell.
If you have a fascinating voice.
This is a great opportunity for you to shine.
You can also join our special unit, Dunhuang Rendezvous, and share with the world tales of Dunhuang.
How to join the festival? Visit our website radio.cgtn.com/podfest.
Welcome.
Welcome. Welcome.
Welcome. Welcome.
Welcome.
Welcome to the CGTN Podcast Festival.
Let's hear the difference together.
And just like that, you can be a professional podcaster, or you can be an amateur trying his or her luck in the podcast game. As long as your story intrigues, send your file or your link to CGTN Podcast at foxmail.com. We welcome your participation.
今天晚上我们和全球的网友相聚在敦煌中秋夜，聊了很多历史文化传统，也欣赏了敦煌的壁画。那我也从中学习到了很多，比如说在61窟里，我们就能找到在敦煌莫高窟唯一会有嫦娥形象的月轮。
Chang'e and the jade rabbit, Yutu and the toad, they are all related to the moon, which plays a huge part in Chinese culture. But I guess by now you have learned a lot about it too.
还有来自中西神话的月神共同存在的285窟，它也是很好的体现了中西文明的互学互鉴、融会共通。
These are all beautiful ideas rendered into beautiful images by artists at Dunhuang for 1,000 years, and they are here for us to see. I know people may have some regrets about Dunhuang, but as long as we keep the communication channels open, it's going to be like we are building a brand new Dunhuang all over again.
那么今天晚上我们敦煌中秋夜的节目也要到此告一段落了。感谢各位网友的陪伴，我们希望你们也有一个美妙的夜晚。
But don't go away. CGTN's Over the Moon Mid-Autumn Festival live show continues. But before that, we present to you The Moon from Dunhuang. Please enjoy.
祝大家中秋节快乐
Happy Mid-Autumn Festival.
Yeah, and guys, to be honest, I really want to go to Dunhuang, and I think even more, it's a rich program, an hour and a half long, but it's a well-rounded picture of Dunhuang. I never knew that Dunhuang has anything to do with the moon, but apparently it does.
Well, the more you know. The more you know. Well, I mean, it's 7:30 Beijing time right now, and the moon is out across China. Probably still not yet in Dunhuang.
It's a little bit foggy today, right, in Beijing, but we have, 3 spots.
Yeah, we have 3 spots. Yeah, Beijing, Xiamen, and Xi'an.
Xiamen is in southeast of China, and Xi'an is in northern China,
middle part.
and Beijing here in the capital. Beijing is a little bit foggy today, and we have to let you know that. Yeah, so we need to try our luck first, right?
Yeah. But it is supposed to be the fullest and roundest and
of the year,
after year, the moon throughout the year.
Yeah, I think it's time to
let's
appreciate the moon.
Let's go appreciate the moon together.
Yeah, that's the most important part of it. Yeah, we can do it from here. Here you go.
moon that was.
Yeah, you are talking about this moon?
The one we saw, we have a moon from 3 different parts of China.
Yeah.
Beijing is a little bit foggy today. Xi'an and Xiamen.
Yeah. No, definitely the same moon, but from different angles, and pretty
Except from where we're sitting, because
we have this artificial one
right here.
It's beautiful enough for me.
I mean, within a few minutes, we could go out all together and then
Look
watch
at a
the moon.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yesterday you were talking about.
Oh yeah, I was. Yeah. So the story is that I stepped outside late at night from work, and then I looked up and I was like, "Well, like this is a very bright round moon," because it's not like every day you see this kind of beautiful moon. And then I thought like this is gonna be it. This is gonna be the peak of beauty. And then we just saw the footage, and I'm like, oh, it could get even more
better.
Yeah, more beautiful, rounder. And so
that's called the full moon.
Fullest, roundest throughout a year.
So later, and we know there will be this gala. And what are you
it's about 8
expecting?
p.m.
Yeah.
There are a lot of expectations, right?
So what are you expecting then?
Well, I expect there are a lot of, songs and dances, instruments playing, the beautiful melodies of traditional Chinese music.
Okay, and guys, a spoiler alert, and I have learned that the streets from the horse's mouth, of course. And this year's gala will feature some high technologies, of course. So now let's take a look, right?
Yeah,
without further
leave
ado,
you
let's
with
go.
the splendid CMG Gala.
Bye.
Have you made
浩瀚长江的万里金波，
以月亮为主题的中秋节，传递着中华传统文化的智慧与底蕴。
千百年来，一轮圆月寄托了中国人太多的希冀与乡愁。2022年的中秋月已经升起，它映洒在祖国山川大地，也映照着每一位中华儿女的心。
就让我们共同体会这江月初照的美好景象吧。
凭高眺远，见长空万里，云雾流迹。龟魄飞来，光射出冷静一天秋碧。
夜夜琼楼尘乱来去，人在清凉过。江山如画，望中雁数历历。
我最拍手狂歌，举杯邀月，对影成三河。今夕不知何夕，
夜雨成风，
黯然归去，何用气蓬瀛？水晶光里，一声吹断横笛。 人在清凉国，江山如画，望中年数历历。我最拍手狂歌，举杯邀月，对影成三客。起舞徘徊风不下，今夕不知何夕。片羽乘风幡然归去，何用期蓬瀛？水晶光明，一声吹断横笛。水晶光明，一声吹断横笛。今天有月来几时？我静听背影闻之。人盼明月不可得，月行却与人相随。娇如飞金鳞胆怯，绿叶灭尽情回放。但见小从海上来，凝脂潇湘云间抹。白兔捣药秋复春，嫦娥不及雨水淋。几人不见故事人，今夜曾经找故人。故人几人若流水，共看明月皆若此。唯愿当歌对旧时。白兔捣药秋复春，嫦娥不及雨水淋。几人不见故事人，今夜曾经找故人。故人几人若流水，共看明月皆若此。唯愿当歌对旧时。月光长照金樽里。日月星辰随大道，万丈昆仑迎天早。挥毫投笔数长啸，敢问天河谁更高？
朋友自比拟，身怀天地。看无极若隐隐，江湖快马千里。波旋于别离，不逢此生快意。望无垠，思冥冥，云下一番孤影。踏马平川一声笑，江州独饮难寂寥。不 落中独步还朝，我自归山也逍遥。天真大水云之下，悠悠千古都不挂。烈送星辰总不是，不变尘埃与野马。醉到桥边月如画，乱珠坠入就难下。太和逍遥总凭一，天公廉价皆文化。沧海一粟不过浮游飘零云，抹去眼前零落的一份爱慕风，唤起心头隐晦的几分怪异。纸上云霄辉光境界触手可及。天地间，但隐形，星河中空叹息。不过万千尘埃里，袅袅烟火气，天地里，西山林，山昆明，铭刻过往前来回忆。丝丝小人难听说，念念心人总婆娑。你问一梦寻兰若，手足千里似家国。何惧凡间似覆没，天上天河路开阔。望与星辰长久锁，兴亡成败皆由我。
今夜月明人尽望，不知秋思落谁家。
这一刻，天上的月儿明了，地上的桂花开了，故乡的亲人在盼望了，远方的游子开始想家了。
今晚的明月还是那轮曾经照古人的明月，我想每一个人的秋思里都有可以落地生根的家，不知道各位心中的这个家会是什么样子呢？
它应该有小桥流水旁的丝竹悦耳，有粉墙黛瓦下的市井繁华，有长街古巷里的人间烟火，也有百园环绕中的古典优雅。
听了你的这一番描述啊，让我想到了唐代诗人杜荀鹤写给苏州的那首诗，叫做《遥知未眠月，相思在渔歌》。
暮色降临，花鸟欲飞过，看梦中仙境隐隐绰绰。浩荡日月，霓虹闪，人群去兮，风作马，繁华富贵又如何？我欲入梦，飞渡尽月色，湖面如今倒影已是我。故人身影于溪间，抬头望向星辰间，登上云霄在此刻。眼前浮现着日出光泽，耳边回荡着喧嚣许多。世间道路曲折，莫再叹息蹉跎，东流治水不易得过且过。哎呀，哎呀，哎呀，哎呀，哎呀，哎呀，哎呀，哎呀，一声长叹，喘息之间，清明不见，日照宫阙，梦中仙境，时隐时现，天地望眼，举杯望月。我欲归去，沧海桑田，绚烂的一刻，成仙成蝶，成浪漫过客。风花雪月，悠悠千年，浮云伴着我，犹如孤傲的仙鹤。
蓝月亮提醒您扫描屏幕上方的2维码，或是搜索蓝月亮中秋互动小程序，有机会免费赢取蓝月亮洁净新品和海量现金红包，把全新洁净生活方式带回家。
上天猫发现更多中秋新美味。现在打开手机淘宝搜“中秋新美味”，就有机会获得最高999元的团圆红包。进入天猫官方直播间，还能享红包与福利哦。
中秋夜喝喜酒，本节目由首席合作伙伴贵州喜酒赞助播出。本节目由中华老字号沙洲幽黄特别赞助。
本节目由山东灵工赞助支持，山东灵工可靠，承载重托。
浮云散，明月照人来，团圆美满，今朝醉，
清浅池塘，鸳鸯戏水，红山翠盖，映地莲开。
云儿披披身，树儿呜呜咽，这虫儿举不定，李莽儿子最深沉。
双双对对，恩恩爱爱。
这软风儿向这好花吹，
柔情蜜满人间。双双对对，恩恩爱爱。这软风儿向这好花吹，柔情蜜满人间，柔情蜜满人间。
中秋节也被称为是月亮节，人们在这一天赏月、拜月、追月、咏月。
起源于上古，普及于汉代的中秋节是中国汉族4大传统节日之一。所以啊，我们的祖先为了表达这滔滔不绝的崇拜之情，给月亮起了很多充满诗意的别名、雅称、昵称和小名。
所以这一点其实我们都深有体会。比如千里共婵娟，供的是月亮；无声转玉盘，转的是月亮；遥遥望丹桂，望的是月亮；帘外挂冰盘，挂的还是月亮。
还有金蝉、玉兔、素娥、望舒、桂魄、广寒等等150多种月亮的美称供我们使用。但是无论月亮的昵称和雅号有多少，它在中国人心目当中所代表的意象，永远是团圆、乡愁和浓得化不开的亲情。
我曾经很想知道，同样的话要说多少次才好？那些再三强调的老套， 长大了才知道是不是需要，很少主动拥抱，就算为了自豪腼腆的笑，要强而又低调，穿得不了我赠送的外套，过时也不丢掉。还是一样，太多理所应当，让人觉得平常。不算太小的房，冬暖夏凉的那间，放着我的床。歌颂这种平凡，一两句唱不完，恩重如山，听起来不自然，回头去看，这是说了谢谢反而才亏欠的情感。爸爸妈妈给我的不少不多，足够我在这年代奔波，足够我生活。年少的轻狂不能用来挥霍，也曾像朋友一样和我诉说。爸爸妈妈总说，经历的坎坷是度过青春的快乐。这时候这个季节又想起了这首歌。还是一样，太多理所应当，让人觉得平常。不算太小的房，冬暖夏凉的那间，放着我的床。歌颂这种平凡，一两句唱不完，恩重如山，听起来不自然，回头去看，这是说了谢谢反而才亏欠的情感。爸爸妈妈给我的不少不多，足够我在这年代奔波，足够我生活。年少的轻狂不能用来挥霍，也曾像朋友一样和我诉说。爸爸妈妈总说，经历的坎坷是度过青春的快乐。这时候这个季节又想起了这首歌。
你是遥遥的路，山野大雾里的灯。我是孩童啊，走在你的眼眸。你是明月清风，我是你照拂的梦。见与不见的一生与你相拥，而我将爱你所爱的人间，愿你所愿的笑颜。你的手我蹒跚在前，请带我去明天。如果说你曾哭过我的甜，我愿活成你的愿，愿不忘啊，愿永忘啊，这盛世每一天。你是岁月长河，星火燃起的天空。我是仰望着就把你唱成歌。你是我之所来， 也是我心之所归。世间所有路都将与你相逢，而我将爱你所爱的人间，愿你所愿的笑颜。你的手我蹒跚在前，请带我去明天。如果说你曾苦过我的甜，我愿活成你的人，愿不忘啊，愿永忘啊，这盛世每一天。山河无恙，烟火寻常，可是你如愿的眺望。孩子们啊，安睡梦乡，像你深爱的那样。而我将梦里所梦的团圆，愿你所愿的永远，走你所走的长路，这样的爱你啊。我也想见你未见的世界，写你未写的诗篇，绵绵年月心中的念，你永在我身边。与你相约一生清澈，如你年轻的草木会发芽，孩子会长大，岁月的列车不为谁停下。
世间的苦啊，爱要离散雨要下。世间的天啊，走多远都记得回家。平凡的我们，撑起屋檐之下一方烟火。不管人世间多少沧桑变化，
祝你踏过千重浪，能留在爱人的身旁，在妈妈老去的时光，听她把儿时慢慢讲。
也祝你不忘少年样，也无惧那白发苍苍。若年华终将被遗忘，记得你我或一样爱着，人世间值得。
少种活法，有多少变化，太阳都会升起落下。
平凡的我们，一身雨雪风霜，不问去哪儿。虽四季枯荣，依然迎风歌唱。祝你踏过千重浪，能留在爱人的身旁，在妈妈老去的时光，听她把儿时慢慢讲。也祝你不忘少年样，也无惧那白发苍苍。我们啊，像种子一样。
蓝月亮一生相伴，洁净无忧。中央广播电视总台2022年中秋晚会由蓝月亮独家冠名播出。
上天猫发现更多中秋新美味，本轮天猫官方直播间的红包雨活动马上就要开始了。现在打开手机淘宝搜索“中秋新美味”，就有机会获得最高999元的团圆红包。
本节目由中国建设银行赞助支持，中国建设银行建设美好生活。
本节目由 CCTV 匠心坚果领先品牌3只松鼠赞助支持，湿地珍宝头牌苏酒恭祝全球华人中秋快乐，
一生相伴，洁净无忧。现在进入蓝月亮祝福时刻。
不知江源有人得今上将送旅。
屬於彼此的晚上，紅紅仍是你尋我的心中鴛鴦，願流傻淚，期望可體恤經景亮，明場離別你，路也許孤單得漫長。一瞬間太多東西要講，可惜只盡在嗰一方，只好深深把這刻盡遺忘。來日縱是千千闕歌，飄於雨翻我路上。來日縱是千千萬星，亮過今晚月亮。
才頓感哀傷的漂亮，原來全是你令我的思憶漫長。何年何月才又可今宵一樣，停留凝望裏，讓眼睛講彼此立場。當某天雨點輕敲你窗，當風聲吹亂你構想，可否抽空想這張舊模樣？來日縱是千千闕歌，飄於遠方我路上。來日縱是千千萬星，亮過今晚月亮，都比不起這宵美麗，亦絕不可使我更欣賞。啊，因你今晚共我唱。來日縱是千千闕歌，飄於遠方我路上。來日縱是千千萬星，亮過今晚月亮，都比不起這宵美麗，都洗不清今晚我所想，因不知那天再共你唱，都比不起這宵美麗，
都洗不清今晚我所想，
因不知那天再共你唱。
命運就算顛沛流離，命運就算曲折離奇，命運就算恐嚇着你，做人無趣味，別流淚心酸，更不應捨棄，我願能一生永遠陪伴你。一生之中兜兜轉轉，哪會看清楚？彷徨時我也試過獨錯一角，像是沒協助。在某年，那幼小的我跌倒過，幾多幾多落淚在雨夜滂沱。一生之中彎彎曲曲，我也有走過，從何時有你伴我，給我熱烈地盼望。像紅日之火，燃點真的我，結伴行千山也定能踏過。讓晚風輕輕吹過，伴送着情有花香，像是在祝福你我。讓晚星輕輕閃過，閃出你每個希冀如落花，快要接濕我。命運就算顛沛流離，命運就算曲折離奇，命運就算恐嚇着你，做人無趣味，別流淚心酸，更不應捨棄，我願能一生永遠陪伴你。命運就算顛沛流離，命運就算曲折離奇。
做人無趣味，別流淚心酸，更不應捨棄。我願能一生永遠陪伴你。
日月漫漫，南岸之南，河流入灣，獅子山張開臂彎。紅紅日出，海濱的金光泛起，流年畫變幻。
歲月漫漫，朝夕泛濫，彈指之間，高樓已覆蓋泥灘。煙火不散，沉浸在想將那祝福更圓滿。我們會更好，能做彼此的橋，血脈的源流匯聚相互的驕傲，前方的懷抱，銀河的微笑，帶我向着明天奔跑。
成就燦爛，長夜中灣區那燈火永不冷。
我們會更好，能做彼此的橋，血脈的源流匯聚相互的驕傲，前方的懷抱，銀河的微笑，帶我向着明天奔跑。的心跳，我們會更好。
針聲正在同步，脈搏的自豪，你憑眼神能知道，星際是地圖，終點可看到，帶着我共理想起夢。
香港明天會更好，我們會更好。
从千千阙歌到我们会更好，在这些耳熟能详的旋律中，我们仿佛听到了香港回归祖国25周年一路走过的脚步声。
回家的路充满温暖与希望，和家人在一起才是中国人过中秋节正确的打开方式。
一声月圆人圆，蕴藏着中国人的人伦孝悌、血脉情深；一句花好月圆，饱含着老百姓对国泰民安、繁荣盛世的真心赞美与无限祝福。
大家小家，你家我家，国是千万家。当一轮皓月凝聚起全天下中华儿女的精神认同时，我们的家才更温暖、更传奇。
天下之本在国，国之本在家，家之本在身。趁着今晚的皎洁月色，来重温那些关于家的记忆吧。听听乡音的缠绵，尝尝妈妈的味道，读读古老的家训，分享大家庭的荣耀。
让中华千古好家风在新时代中国人的手上延续传承，发扬光大。
的家，一道厚厚的墙，城南一群老街坊，城北有一间旧祠堂，
一条熟悉的路，几栋像样的房，燕子年年住我家，粗茶淡饭也很香。
后院的小伙伴，月光下捉迷藏，小城的日子不太忙，故事却很长，家中的爹守望着好时光，隔山隔海不能忘，小城是故乡。后院的小伙伴，月光下捉迷藏，小城的日子不太忙，故事却很长，家中的爹守望着好时光，隔山隔海不能忘，小城是故乡。
When the stars start to shine, first time we say goodbye, waving under the street light. I'm used to being alone. Everyone feels like they know me, but they don't. In a city of passing lights, some people are just meant to be. It's how we fall in love and keep on chasing on the edge of destiny. We grew up into different worlds, but now we share one dream. Everything changes, we never change. Tomorrow is promised. Let's draw home for you and me. It's how we fall in
饼、西瓜、大闸蟹、桂花糖、糯米藕。你看啊，咱中国人中秋的餐桌上一定少不了各种丰盛的美食。
这也算是起源于农耕文明中国节日的一大特色。就比如新磨的面粉要用来做成香甜的月饼，各种应季的瓜果梨桃，甚至平常舍不得吃的好东西，都会留在节日里，全家人团团圆圆一起享用。
美好的时光总是有家人的欢笑声和美食相伴，而当我们有了快乐的心情需要表达时，也总是要手以舞之，足以导之。
来吧，接下来让我们一起跟随律动的节奏，一起唱起来，跳起来吧
！Hello， 所有的朋友们，我们要送你一首我的新歌，记得要勇敢。愿所有人面对到问题跟挑战，记得要勇敢面对哦。Come
on。My friends， 你好吗？我们真的好久不见，逛街、吃饭、聊天，是我们最深的想念。My friends， 别气馁，你要好好照顾自己。不怕夜太黑，看那片星光有多美。青春的太阳照着，让我的心发烫着。关于旅行的计划，是的我还没忘记呢。男孩和女孩的梦还是一样深刻。记得要勇敢，来冲破难关，坚定的意志是100%。勇敢的成分本草纲目没有记载。只要你肯就动起来，记得要勇敢，来冲破难关。更好的你，我是多么期待。难过的时候就把我的视频打开，他日再相见，让我的表情目瞪口呆。记得要勇敢，来冲破难关。坚定的意志是100%，勇敢的成分本草纲目没有记载。只要你肯就动起来，记得要勇敢，来冲破难关。更好的你，我是多么期待。难过的时候就把我的视频打开，他日再相见，让我的表情目瞪口呆。
谢谢，记得要勇敢。
升起或对唱起歌儿，跳起舞来，趁着酒意诉说这一生的悲与喜。
原谅你别再柔情似水，我的朋友你别再多愁善感，昨天已经过去，所有的伤心和烦恼已离去，你要相信明天的天空会更蔚蓝。啦啦啦啦啦啦啦啦啦啦啦啦 觉得天就亮起来。我们唱睡了黑夜，唱睡了星辰。
在你踏上离别的火车那一刻，我只顾着流泪，忘了挥手，忘了说再见，忘一路珍重。啦啦啦啦啦。
忘了说再见，忘一路珍重。忘了挥手，忘了说再见，忘一路珍重。忘了挥手，忘了说再见，忘一路珍重。
春伴我骑，拍马踏新泥，山花娇艳，暮色葱，染红旗。
屋檐洒雨滴，炊烟袅袅起，蹉跎辗转宛然的你在哪里？
寻寻觅觅，冷冷清清，月落乌啼，月牙落孤寂。
零零碎碎，点点滴滴，梦里有花，梦里青草地。长发映涟漪，百步战世纪。合同撑杆摆长舟，渡孤溪。
屋檐洒雨滴，炊烟袅袅起，蹉跎辗转宛然的你在哪里？
寻寻觅觅，冷冷清清，月落乌啼，月牙落孤寂。
零零碎碎，点点滴滴，梦里有花，梦里青草地。
屋檐洒雨滴，炊烟袅袅起，蹉跎辗转宛然的你在哪里？
远方灯火闪亮着光，你依然低头在路上。这城市越大越让人心慌，多向往，多漫长。
这一路 路经历太多伤，把最初笑容都淡忘。时光让我们变得脆弱且坚强，让我再来轻轻对你唱。
我梦想能多陪你一场，把前半生的风景对你讲。
在每个寂静的夜里，我会想那些关于你的爱恨情长。我也想能够把你照亮，在你的生命中留下阳光，陪你走过那山高水长，陪你一起生长。太多伤，把最初笑容都淡忘。时光让我们变得脆弱且坚强，让我再来轻轻对你唱。
我梦想能多陪你一场，把前半生的风景对你讲。在每个寂静的夜里，我会想那些关于你的爱恨情长。
我也想能够把你照亮，在你的生命中留下阳光，陪你走过那山高水长，陪你一起生长。
我都想能多陪你一场，把前半生的风景对你讲。在每个寂静的夜里，我会想那些关于你的爱恨情长。
我也想能够把你照亮，在你的生命中留下阳光，陪你走过那山高水长，陪你一起生长。这一生在你的风景里，我是谁？
蓝月亮提醒您扫描屏幕二维码或搜索。
生生
代代保重你，
家月年发香。
每个早晨7点半就自然醒，风铃响起，又是一天，云很轻，晒好的衣服味道很安心，一切都是柔软又宁静。每个路口花都开在阳光里，小店门前传来好听的恋曲，不用太久就能走到目的地，人来人往里满是善意，这是最平凡的一天啊，你也想念吗？不追不赶，慢慢走回家，就这样细数着年华，没牵挂，只有晚风轻拂着脸颊。餐桌摆在开满花的院子里，微微就一阵阵欢歌笑语，从不考虑明天应该去哪里，因为今夜的风太和煦，这是最完美的一天啊，你也想要吗？生活可以不那么复杂，就这样细数着年华，没牵挂，只有晚风轻拂着脸颊。总有一天，我们会找到它。
大分钟早已响起午夜的消息，高跟鞋配上暴雨，难过又美丽。
灯光在扑朔迷离，危险的气息，沉睡在纸醉金迷，消失的彻底。
哎呀哎呀，怎么忘了我是其中的一个，在每天都扮演上天安排的角色。
哎呀哎呀，怎么忘了付出爱情的代价？你别再问了，想要答案就去看看吧。那些孤独的人啊，夜晚是否还回家？那些灵魂早已无处安放。
痛楚。
昏暗的灯光配上 whisky 的毒素，打碎了人们精心设下的意图。
哎呀哎呀，怎么忘了我是其中的一个，在每一天都扮演上天安排的角色。
哎呀哎呀，怎么忘了付出爱情的代价？你别再问了，想要答案就去看看吧。那些孤独的人啊，夜晚是否还回家？那些灵魂早已无处安放，流浪到天涯。那些无声的回答，眼泪一滴滴落下。谁能给我安慰，抚平伤悲？就带我走吧，就带我走吧。
总是会突然遇到一些美好，让我愿意付出所有。总是会偶尔遇到冷酷的人，让你感到很受伤。我们已枯萎了，我们要以勇者为伴，凭着一把破吉他，也能把世界改变。一直走到欢声去散愁，到心中一匆匆，你会以自己为荣。一直走到欢声去散愁，到心中一匆匆，你会以自己为荣。没有虚度这一生，有人会背叛你，但不会是我。只要你回来，我永远都在。有人会陪伴你，但愿那是我，但愿那是我。只要你能快乐。有人会背叛你，但不会是我。只要你回来，我永远都在。有人会陪伴你，但愿那是我，但愿那是我。只要你能，只要你能，一直走到欢声去散愁，到心中一匆匆，你会以自己为荣。一直走到欢声去散愁，到心中一匆匆，你会以自己为荣。没有虚度这一生。
千百年来，我们看月亮的视角都是仰望的，举头望明月，低头思故乡。举杯邀明月，对影成三人。无论面对月亮的心情是惆怅还是甜美，月亮总是高高的悬在空中。
今年中秋，中国人可以换个视角看月亮了。
没错，
太空出差超过3个月的3位神舟14号的航天员陈冬、刘洋、蔡旭哲，正在中国空间站里度过中国人有史以来的首个太空中秋节。3位航天员不仅准备好了祝福，而且航天员刘洋还会摘一颗星星送给大家。
让整个山海错落，山海才如此磅礴，奔腾着。三颗四颗青春点燃袅袅人间烟火，人间才如此鲜活，灿烂热爱着。满天的星星流转起落，默默地守护所有光明磊落，柔柔的光辉穿过黑夜，横跨过云雾，一颗一颗，一颗一颗汇成银河。真心感动多少季节片刻，季节才如此恩泽，开出花朵。三颗四颗信念滚烫，每首生命之歌，生命才如此执着，用力追求着。满天的星星流转起落，默默地守护所有光明磊落，柔柔的光辉穿过黑夜，横跨过云雾，一颗一颗，一颗一颗成银河。满天的星星流转起落，成银河，指引着你我。一颗两颗三颗四颗，看啊，星星在闪烁。
祝全球华人中秋快乐！
推开世界的门，你是站在门外怕迟到的人，捧着一颗不懂计较的认真，吻过你的眼睛，这无畏的青春。
推开世界的门，你是站在门外怕迟到的人，捧着一颗不懂计较的认真， 吻过你的眼睛，就无畏的青春。左手的你呀，右手的你呀，只记得花衣裳。世界本该是你近来的模样。左眼的悲伤，右眼的倔强，看起来都一样。原来你就是我自负的胆量。推开世界的门，
你是站在门外最孤单的人，
捧着一颗不懂计较的认真。
路过你的时候，时间多残忍。
左手的你呀，右手的你呀，只记得花衣裳。世界本该是你诚实的模样。左眼的悲伤，右眼的倔强，看起来都一样。原来你就是我走失的地方。左手的你呀，右手的你呀，只记得花衣裳。世界本该是你诚实的模样。年少的轻狂，赤母的伤，都等着被他原谅。原来你就是我赎罪的渴望。年少的轻狂，赤母的伤，都等着被他原谅。
原来你就是我回去的
地方。
中秋节是以家庭为中心的全民团圆节，一轮明月不仅象征着圆满，也蕴含着中华民族周而复始、生生不息的追求和智慧。
中秋节是中国首批国家级非物质文化遗产。近年来，随着中华文化的影响力持续提升和海外华侨华人的开枝散叶，而越来越成为全球性的文化节日。
正如习近平总书记所强调的那样，中华优秀传统文化是中华文明的智慧结晶和精华所在，是中华民族的根和魂。我们要守护好前人留下来的宝贵财富。
要守护，当然就要有传承。比如说，在我们苏州就有一些保存完好的苏式中秋文化风俗。
我知道希文是苏州女孩啊，听说苏州女孩在中秋节的晚上，不仅要赏月亮，还要走月亮。那怎么走呢？
不仅是简单的走啊，我们要走到一座宋代的9孔石桥上去体会石湖串月，还要到虎丘塔下的虎丘曲会听一段赏心乐事的昆曲。
就像苏州有自己独具特色的中秋文化一样，其实全国各地过中秋的风俗啊，可以说各有特色，多姿多彩。就比方说江西烧稻草做瓦罐，浙江呢会去到岸边观潮， 湖南、广东会塔上燃灯，而西北、西南地区的少数民族则会追月、跳月、闹月、对歌等等，同样是热闹非凡。
宝岛台湾的中秋风俗与祖国大陆一脉相承，不仅要祭祖、拜月、吃象征亲情的芋头，还有烧月光纸、拜兔儿爷。
你说的这兔儿爷呀，最早可以追溯到300多年前的老北京，而如今呢，它不仅是国家级非物质文化遗产的代表性的项目，它更是北京中秋形象大使，也被很多外国人称为东方幸运神偶。
到了这8月半，兔儿爷就下了凡，披金甲那个戴金冠，来到我的家门前啊。
兔儿爷举着灵旗，打着伞，中秋节他就陪着咱，家家户户庆团圆。
请兔儿爷您坐上边，跨过篱笆往上端，围着那个月亮摆3代，今晚神仙敬祖先啊。
全家人围在一起许个愿，丰收的那个好光景，幸福一年又一年。
兔儿爷您一回遍，
本身笔墨全考遍，
大街小巷挂花灯，
全都出来撒个欢呐。
月老他手里有根红丝线，红丝线呀嘛一线牵，送来一段好姻缘。明月升上天，想念的人还在外面，手捧着一杯桂花酒，美好祝福在心间啊。中秋节天涯海角共婵娟，老祖宗留下的好习惯，咱一代一代往下传。老祖宗留下的好习惯，咱一代一代往下传。
蓝月亮一生相伴，洁净无忧。中央广播电视总台2022年中秋晚会由蓝月亮独家冠名播出。上天猫发现更多中秋新美味。本节目由中秋晚会电商合作伙伴天猫大力支持。
中秋夜喝喜酒，本节目由首席合作伙伴贵州喜酒赞助播出。本节目由中华老字号沙洲幽黄特别赞助。
要我等多久？见到你的笑容，你在哪里追求？是否已经拥有你离开的出口，变成我的缺口？只有你的迁就能解我的忧愁。总有人要远走，总来不及挽留，在分岔的路口，在下雨的时候，总有人要厮守，还剪不断离愁，别和往事战斗，我们不是对手。还要我等多久？见到你的笑容，你在哪里追求？是否已经拥有你离开的出口，变成我的缺口？只有你的迁就能解我的忧愁。总有人要远走，总来不及挽留，在分岔的路口，在下雨的时候，总有人要厮守，还剪不断离愁，别和往事战斗，我们不是对手。还要我等多久？见到你的笑容，别和往事战斗，我们不是对手。
平分秋色一轮满，常伴云衢千里明。
意对中秋当桂丛，花在杯中，月在杯中。
海上生明月，天涯共此时。
暑退九霄静，秋成万径清。
此时此刻，2022年的中秋月已经跃上中天。
今晚的姑苏城外，礼花声伴着歌声。
让我们在巨轮出海的地方，迎接新一次伟大的征程。
让我们共同祝福亲爱的祖国生生不息，繁荣富强。
露珠，请你做我的眼睛，森林就是我的身体，愿我有颗溪流般的心，月儿月如是欢喜。 我的眼睛，群山就是我的身体。愿我有颗微风般的心，托起翅膀越过山顶。白云哟，请你做我的眼睛，草原啊，成为我的身体。愿我有一颗天空般的心，高原宁静，深爱大地。月亮啊，请成为我的眼睛，海洋啊，成为我的身体。愿我有一颗太阳般的心，温暖明亮，普照大地。繁星啊，请你成为我的眼睛，银河呀，成为我的身体。愿我有一颗宇宙般的心，永远守护生生不息。
月亮升起来，照亮一片海。轻轻扭情中花期，情浓分不开。
月明好欢笑，有梦更精彩。千里万里心相通，人间真情在。月圆彩云追，天地如胸怀。相映相亲最难改，一代又一代。台上生明月，星系千里外。关系五湖和四海，都是一个爱。关系